Well, hello, guys. It's like I haven't seen you guys already today. I'm just joking. It's nice to see everybody coming into the chat this morning. I'm very thankful and blessed that all of you guys are choosing to come over here to watch the Alex Murdaugh trial. The trial is going to be starting here very shortly. So I just wanted to give the intro, which is, Court TV's intro. If I had more time, I'd have my own because we got a lot, right? So this is a very interesting trial for those that are just tuning in for the first time to Alex Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh, just to give a little background, is a man that comes from Lowcountry. His family was in power in Lowcountry for 100 years. He had family legacy. He had prestige. He had power. He had money, so it seemed. He also had a major drug problem, and he was, failing as a father, failing as a husband. I mean, he was robbing his clients blind, millions and millions of dollars. And then as it was all coming to a head, he's accused of gunning down his wife and son, and then trying to pay somebody to gun him down to leave his final heir, Buster, with the family estate. There were a few questions that came in to me recently, and I'm just going to read one to you. Give me just a second. And it said, Betty, something I can't get my head around is why would a well-known lawyer on the morning and finding out that he had been caught committing fraud and stealing from his client's fund would go home and kill his wife and son? Some say he was afraid that she would testify against him. That can't be true because they have all the evidence the firm needed to press charges. He would have known that his wife and son would lead more to disgrace. Oh, Kristen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll have to respond. Thank you. God bless you. He would have known that killing his wife and son would just lead to more disgrace. Did he, as Maggie and Paul, to come to the house? Did he ask Maggie and Paul to come to the house that day when he was approached of the accusations against him of scamming funds from his clients, or after? Because his coworker approached him the morning of the murders. Oh, thank you, Kristen. I don't know if you're in the chat, but I'll write you back in just a second. Because his coworker approached him this morning of the morning of the murders because he got a call about his dad going back into the hospital. I can't see Alex being that dumb. And so my response was, honestly, that's what my perception, that's why my perception has changed. I now think he did it out of shame and mercy, not to put his family through what would have destroyed them all. Just my thoughts. They didn't know that they didn't know, and they were all about to find out. So, those are the questions that I'm getting. And I think he was planning on this as he started becoming aware that his house of cards were caving in on him, because it really hurt his family through the whole Paul Murdaugh that we're finding out. Maggie felt shamed. She felt shamed out of her own county, a county that she lived in and her husband had practiced in for many years. And she was already staying primarily over at the Edisto property because of it. And in this accident, this boat accident happened in 2019. What she didn't know, because Bianca, her housekeeper, told her that, or was told by Maggie, that she was very concerned about the lawsuit, the $30 million lawsuit. We found out that the attorney, Mark Tensley, was definitely holding strong out at $10 million, which basically would have taken every single property that they owned, and as well as a payment plan to follow for probably a foreseeable future. Would Alex been able to dust himself off and keep going? Of course he would, but he wouldn't have been living the type of lifestyle that him and his family was accustomed to. Those boys never wanted for nothing. They had housekeepers and people that took care of it. They had people that took care of them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they were about to lose everything where they had to take care of themselves. So I truly believe in my heart of hearts that, you know, I thought he did this out of anger, and he very well may have done this out of anger, but there's a portion of me that believes that even if Buster was there, he would have been as well, because in these family massacre type of situation, it always has to do with the failure of the person that's killing them. They don't want they're the hero in their family's eyes, and the thought of them being a zero is very, very uncomfortable for them. So I just wanted to play you guys this trailer.
The trial that America is watching.
Disbarred lawyer Alex Murdaugh is accused of shooting his son Paul and his wife Maggie.
They're on the ground out at my kennels.
Prosecutors say a financial house of cards was collapsing around him.
Financial, digital, and forensic evidence.
It looked like he had stolen.
A big trial in a small southern town.
You did it so bad.
The Murdaugh Family Murders. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Now, as we watch this, we, you know, as they're going to be going live in the courthouse, here's the thing. Many of you guys know I was at my county meeting yesterday. Oh my God. This is the one part of the work that I do here that really sucks. It was land use meetings. That's, you know, that's the most boring type of crap you can deal with. This is people that want to rezone their property. You know, they want to build communities. They want to do this, do that. You know, people are complaining that's going in their neighborhood, the construction, blah, 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 blah. It's all it is a 10-hour bitch fest. And it's just, it makes you want to, it's cringing. I don't know how to explain it. So that's where I was yesterday. And so I was monitoring. I couldn't listen because I'm in a meeting, but I was monitoring the live. And right at the end of the live, you see my head pop up in this meeting. They're talking about affordable housing, and I had to kill the live because I was just killing the live. I didn't realize it was continuing to go and go and go. So I killed it. But my mom called me later about it. And so I was talking to, hey, Miss Pete, nice to see you. And I was talking to my mom, and she said they played the tape of his bedside confession about the foiled suicide plot. And I'm like, and she's like, but listen. She goes, I don't know if anybody caught it. So I haven't gone back to play it, but I want to. I wish I had time to do it right now. But she said that while they were at his bedside, and somebody can tell me whether this is true or not, or, you know, if my mom misunderstood, but they asked him, you're sure Curtis Eddie Smith didn't kill your son and daughter, or son and wife? And he said, yes, he's absolutely sure. That blew my mind, because how would you know whether cousin Eddie offed your son and your mother, or your wife? I keep saying, sorry, don't mind me. Did you guys hear that too in the confession that they played yesterday? For those that were here, is that a true statement? Was that a great depiction of what was said? I'm going to listen to it, but I'm just curious, because apparently at his bedside, I didn't hear it. Okay, let me see if I can find it. I want to hear it. She said it was right at the end. It was not too far in. So let me just go back. I'm not going to pull it up because we've got this on, and I want to make sure that we can listen to that whenever it comes in. But see, and it's already popping in now, so we'll have to wait. Let me just go back and see if I can find it from yesterday.
Everybody knows Murdaugh. It's a household.
Okay.
That's so powerful. Who knows? White color SUV. 30 inches at 1:35 minutes later with what appears to be the blue.
Okay, here it is.
Truck driving back from the 2768. All the things are here, buddy. What's a good telephone on this one? 942-1227. What's your address? PO Box 457.
457 happened. So, you said the blue one color pickup with a Ford, GMC, or what?
GMC or Chevrolet, but I'm not totally positive. I got what I'm talking about. So you have a thing on your Mercedes Benz and it's all real try to change the tire.
Volume's going in and out. Hey, Wild Cherry, nice to see you.
I lost my vision back when it first happened. And I think I put for lead time to the hospital.
Okay, so that's before he was flown to the. They said it was on his bedside. Hold on, let's go back.
You ever discussed with him before killing you? Oh, you commit suicide? No, sir. How long did it transpire between the time you asked him to shoot you in the head on the side of the road and he actually shot you in the head on the side of the road? When I first asked him, we were at the Sunoco station in Farmville. How long after that did he actually shoot you in the head? However long it takes to drive from there to Talkatchee Road. More than half an hour. I don't think so. Did he ever ask you to reconsider or say, things aren't that bad? Did he ever, try to convince you to do otherwise? No, sir. You find that strange? I was focused on. Focused on what? Being gone. So that's all the questions I have. But I tried to lay it out as expeditiously as possible. But he'll be happy to answer any other questions, any additional questions I get. Okay. Interviewers, so y'all have at it. We've got about another 20 minutes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Hey, let me ask you this: y'all recording this, aren't you? Yes, sir, we are. Okay, good. Yeah. So Alex, how long have you known Curtis Smith? Ryan, Officer Kelly, before we start, I just want to tell you, I apologize to you for lying at you in the hospital. I was in a very bad place. No, so we understand. And I do appreciate you, helping us figure this out now. So that's in the past, so let's just focus on what we're doing now. How long have you known Curtis? I've known him for years. I represented him. He knew my dad somehow for playing softball, and he came to my dad with a lawsuit, and I handled that case. So I would guess 10, 12. Okay. How often would y'all talk on the phone? Very frequently. Okay. And what would y'all talk about? Getting pills. Okay. And you would pay him money to get you pills, correct? Yes, sir. Okay. How often would you pay him? Frequently. Okay. Well, once a week, twice a week?
Daily?
It would vary sometimes, but it was several times a week. How would you pay him? In cash, and mostly in checks, but in some cash too. Okay, and what accounts would those checks come from? The vast majority of them would come from the Bank of America account, but there would also be some funds that would come from the Palmetto State account. And whose accounts are those? Mine.
He does, Linda Lou.
The Bank of America accounts are in my name, and then there's another account there that I created that's a DBA. That's my name, DBA Forge, and then my checking account at Palmetto State Bank. Okay, so there's two accounts at Bank of America? Yes, sir. The DBA and then your checking? Yes, sir. Okay. And what is the DBA? Forge. Forge.
Thank you. Okay, and then the Palmetto is your, is the other checking account?
Yes, sir.
Gotta
Okay,
get
and
my lotion
who was
on.
So you were paying him the money. Do you know who he was getting the drugs from?
No, sir. No. What did he tell you where he's getting? Oh, well, I was told that he got them from a black guy in Walterboro, and I was told that he had some connection in Buford, but I never. Did they give you a name? No, sir. I never saw those guys. I never dealt with those guys. So I don't know. That's what he told me.
Would you ever give anybody else money for drugs?
Yes, sir.
Who else did you give money?
I had given Kenny Hughes money.
Who's Kenny Hughes?
He's a guy that I called up and asked him if he knew anybody that he could pills from.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him I had a client that had issues and couldn't get them medically, and that, you know, and I would pay him as well, but I called him up and asked him to do it.
All right, how much money do you think you gave him?
I had no idea.
Okay, did you write him a check or pay him cash?
So,
Okay. Did you pay anybody else?
no, sir.
So it was just Curtis Smith and Kenny Hughes.
Yes, sir. Sure about that. Think about it. In the past, I have paid other people.
Okay, who are those other people?
I had a lady that worked at our house that, at our mom's house that.
And who's that?
Barbara Mixon.
The old lady, the older lady, the
But
one
that
who's
was
hard
on
of hearing.
very, very few occasions.
And did you pay her a cash and check, or how'd you pay her?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That was on very limited occasions.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. So the 38 revolver, it was your revolver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you get that from?
It was at my mom's house
When did you pick it up?
when I went up there that day.
Probably along with the jacket that nobody recognizes.
Do you know where it is now?
No, sir.
So you gave the gun to Curtis, and you don't know what he did with it?
That's correct.
Has anybody in your family had any communications with Curtis recently?
I don't know why.
Well, because when we interviewed him, he said he had to talk to his attorney first, and he listed you. And then when we said that wasn't possible, he listed Randy. So we're just trying to figure out.
Randy's not going to represent him. And let me say this to maybe.
Well, I got one more question. Does Randy have any knowledge of this?
Does Randy have any knowledge of what?
Of this attempted suicide / agreement with Curtis?
I had told I told both my brothers and my son very recently. Yesterday.
Hey, I see you.
Yesterday. After we told him to come in here so that he could tell you, he wanted them to hear from him first.
Okay, so Randy didn't have any knowledge last week previously?
No. Absolutely not. I lied to him too. Alex told me yesterday about 4:15, and then I sort of tipped John Marvin off, and then later on I learned that, and I talked to Alex, and he had called Buster, John Marvin, and 4 o'clock yesterday.
All right, guys, we're going to listen to that on our breaks. We're going to continue with this to see what all is said. For those that missed it yesterday, I have a good reason to believe that there is some bombshell information in that that recording. So I'm going to go ahead and mute. We're going to let the judge take over.
Good morning.
And I'll see you on break.
Ready to proceed?
One brief housekeeping matter, Your Honor. When we put in the disc yesterday, which for the record is State's Exhibit 552, I provided the court reporter with one that was a shortened one. We actually put in the full one, so I'm going to replace 552 with the full disc with the consent of defense counsel.
We consent, Your Honor.
Okay, very well.
With that, State ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed, Your Honor.
They bring the jury.
And guys, this is just a reminder, I'm behind the scenes trying to make sure that we have the who's speaking and stuff like that. So I don't get to see a whole lot of your comments, but the other people participating will. But I am here and I'm not leaving. I'll be here with you guys literally all day today, no appointments. If I need food, I will order it.
Very good. Good morning. All right, day number 20. Cross-examination. You may proceed.
Your Honor.
Notice the judge says day number 20. However, Court TV has day 18.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if we can do this quickly. Is that okay with you? It is Friday. Monday's a holiday. So let's see if we can't get through this. You are is it senior special agent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you investigated, your charge was investigating the so-called roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, after Alec was airlifted to Savannah Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go see him there?
Yes.
And did you talk to the doctors about his condition?
We made contact with medical staff there. I don't know if I specifically spoke to a particular doctor, but we made contact with the medical staff that were providing treatment.
So did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
Did you look at his, have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have, but at the
Okay.
time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing and that those documents weren't readily available to me.
But you've looked at him since then.
Since then.
So you would agree with me, he had a fractured skull, a wound, a trough wound in the back of his head.
I'd agree that's what the medical records state.
Let me see if you can identify this.
These appear to be a portion of Mr. Murdaugh's medical records.
I understand it's a portion,
Yes, sir.
but it's the sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I think you furnished these to us. Do you have any objections?
Objection, Rule 801.
Well, let me ask you this question. Maybe this will make it easy. Who subpoenaed and got these records? Did you sweat?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records or consultation with his doctors. We had a general understanding based on what Mr. Murdaugh told us or told deputies on the side of the road and based what he stated on 911 that he had been shot in the head. So when we arrived and we saw a subsequent injury.
Just let me cut to the chase here. Did you all subpoena the medical records?
Yes, we did.
Are these a portion of the medical records, the business records that you received from the hospital in Savannah, the Memorial Health?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that resolve that issue? Business records? And for the record, I don't redacted any personal in identifying matters. That's what's redacted.
With redactions, no objections.
Admitted without objection.
It's and that's number 124. So let me have you, if this will refresh your memory, look at page 1, what the medical staff says are his injuries.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, I could have you read that. Do you understand what it means?
I have a general, like I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm a slate agent, so I have a general understanding of the terms on the page.
Does it indicate he had a furrow wound in his head?
I'm not trying to play coy. It just says, I could read it. If it says.
Okay, let me publish part to you and see what you think. Left posterior parietal subdural hematoma with adjacent blood products. What do you think that means? What's the subdural hematoma?
Obviously, it's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head. So it
would be a brain bleed.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. It says linear left posterior parietal bone fracture. That would be a fractured skull.
Yes.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left parietal bone. That would be that furrow I'm talking about, right?
If that's what you infer to, I'm not a doctor. Furrow is, I can only testify what it states on the page.
And attending radiologist reviewed all the images and agrees with the interpretation. So radiologist looked and saw brain bleed, saw a subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry, refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what they determined happened, we refer to them.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration on the back of his head that was consistent with a gunshot wound.
Fractured skull, subdural, brain bleed, right?
If that's what the records say, then yes.
Have you ever told anybody that, specifically the Maggie's sister and her husband, that Alec had been shot in the head? I mean, I can play it for you. You recorded it.
Oh, absolutely. If it's, I'm not denying that I've done it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I just want to make sure you've told somebody that Alec got shot in the head.
Yes, I've never questioned that Alec's been shot in the head.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Okay,
we're having a difficult time here communicating this morning. I don't quite understand it. The simple question was he shot in the head? And you said, I'm not sure until just now you said, yes, he was shot in the head.
I apologize. Yes.
So we agree on that. He's shot in the head.
Yes.
Okay. And he was in intensive care for a while, and then he was let out relatively quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe he was released on the 7th.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 125 and 127.
Objection, Your Honor.
Now, these, let me show these to you so you can identify them. Are these photographs consistent with what you saw Alex Murdaugh at the hospital?
No, this first photograph was photographed by Hampton County EMS.
Okay.
So prior to my arrival, this was taken. When I arrived in Savannah, Alex was not in this condition.
But you would represent that these.
This image is something that I saw at the hospital. I didn't see this.
Okay. So, this was taken by who? Hampton County?
I don't know who took the photo, but it was included with the Hampton County EMS records that we obtained.
Okay. So did I offer these?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's look at, do I have to go to the Elmo or do you have these? Okay. I like the bandage head first. Okay. Okay, so this is the photo you indicate some other law enforcement agency took before he went to, that's at the side of the road, or do you know?
This photo was included in the records from Hampton County EMS that we obtained at the time that he provided the recorded statement inside the ambulance, where he
Okay.
gave the detailed description of what happened to him.
Which we've listened to.
Yes, yesterday. So at some point, his wound was treated and he was placed in a cervical collar outside my presence. I wasn't present when he was transported. I didn't meet with Mr. Murdaugh until I went to Savannah.
Okay. Put the next picture on. And who took this picture?
This picture I did not take any pictures. So I believe it may have been, it was Agent Rebecca Gregg who was accompanying me to Savannah.
And is that an accurate depiction of what his skull looked like at the hospital?
Correct.
And you noticed blood there?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and kill the Elmo, please. Now, as I understand it, after he was released from the hospital, he went to detox in Atlanta.
That's what y'all told us. Yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what you told me.
Okay. And we called you from a facility in Atlanta to give the statement we saw earlier, correct?
You called me from a telephone. I don't know exactly what your location. I wasn't there with you, so I don't know where you called me from.
You're telling me SLED can't tell where a phone is?
Mr. Harpootlian.
I mean, if you're going to tell me that SLED can't tell us where a phone is,
Pose the question. You must give him an opportunity to answer.
I apologize.
Mr. Harpootlian, you called me. I don't know what number you called me from.
My cell phone.
Okay, so you called me from your cell phone. I have that number, so it identified as yours.
Right.
But I don't know where you're at. You told me that you were calling from Atlanta. I took you at your word, but I can't testify to where you were calling me from because I don't know.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
Well, I mean, you can go to a court in Georgia and make them honor it, or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No
Right.
consent was asked. No consent was given. So,
Okay. But we represented on that call that he was in a detox facility before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording that the doctors indicate he's coherent. He's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process, and he was willing to talk to you once he was competent to do so. Isn't that correct?
that's the information you relayed to me. Yes.
Okay. You have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
Okay. And so as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox, you don't know this, but we went down We called you.
It's hard pulling. You can't testify.
Who called who initially to set that call up?
I called you on the day of September 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted to speak to Alex.
Okay.
You told us that he was in rehab or was en route to rehab, and we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of, at that point, Mr. Murdaugh had obviously the story that he told us was not true. And we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly, he admitted that he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
Yes.
And he admitted that he'd lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that statement, he was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
And by that time, he had moved from the detox facility in Atlanta to a rehab facility in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And you asked that he surrender himself, and he did that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and, by prearrangement, him and Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken from Orlando to Hampton. We encountered Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Almeda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Almeda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house. So he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right. But I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well, yes, because they called you. So, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as well.
Right. He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
And he was granted bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab.
Yes.
Until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
And his cooperation, when I say cooperation, the statements he made I understand you were only investigating the roadside shooting, right?
Correct.
So you weren't investigating the murder. You weren't investigating, I'm talking about Maggie and Paul's murders. You weren't investigating the financial crimes, only the roadside shooting, correct?
Are you referring during my interviews with the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh?
I'm sorry.
Are you referring to, in the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh, the first 2 interviews were conducted with him being considered the victim of a violent crime.
Right.
And in the 3rd interview, you set parameters as his attorney as to what information we would discuss on the call.
I'm not, but he did, when you asked questions about his bank accounts, he cooperated fully with you, right?
After some give and take, I think between you and I, he disclosed information. Yes.
Right. And he admitted to you he'd stolen money.
Yeah, he confirmed that he stole money because at that point we had been told by other parties he had stolen money, and on the 7th we recovered enterprise banking slips. So we knew we had documentation he had stolen money. He just confirmed it with his.
Did you know whether he knew he was just coming out of detox? I mean, certainly many defendants would have never talked to you, correct?
Objection is sustained.
Did he have to talk to you?
Some of the best confessions I've ever gotten were from a defense attorney. So he spoke to me.
Not this defense attorney. Okay.
Well, he still confessed on the call. So
I mean, there are defense attorneys and defense attorneys, right? Okay. So let me say this: as a result of some of the information you got, did you give that statement that he gave you? Did you give that to who was investigating the financial crimes?
That was a joint operation out of our office. There were several agents that were involved.
But no agent in charge like Mr. Owens?
There was an agent, David Williams, Special Agent David Williams, myself, Special Agent Matt Wright. We've all had part in the financial investigations.
Okay, and as a result of his cooperation, partially, and what you already knew, you're aware that he was indicted on 90 indictments of financial fraud, which could result in life without parole for him. Do you not?
He was found.
If you'd answer yes or no and then explain your answer. Was he indicted on 90 charges of financial fraud and for which he faces life without parole? Is that correct? Just yes or no?
Objection is sustained.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
Oh my God, thank you so very much.
Sustained the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand the grounds of the objection.
Jennifer L., that's not necessary, but God bless you. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I understand what 401 is. I don't know why it would apply to this.
Objection is sustained.
The information you got was voluntary about the financial piece of this was voluntary by him? No one threatened him? No one coerced him? He has two lawyers sitting there, right?
To the best of my knowledge, no one threatened him. I was not present with Mr. Murdaugh at the time of giving his statement. I wasn't. It was over the telephone. I'm based on what you've told us. No one threatened him. Y'all
He had a gun to his head.
I wasn't in the room. If you did, I can't speak to it. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, may it please the court. When you interviewed the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, on September 4th, that was in the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your?
Dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this, we'd like a Jackson v. Dino hearing as to his competence to talk to him in the hospital.
Mr.
He specifically cross-examined him on the injuries in the hospital that he had suffered, and I'm just following up with the agent about the circumstances generally of his interaction with Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
So the jury, the prosecutor redirected, and obviously, the defense keeps opening these doors that they don't want open. They want the answers that they seem to want to extract without any cross-examination, if you will, of those questions. We have seen this time and time again, where the defense is kicking open these doors and knocking over these hornet nests and not liking the result.
What's the nature of the objection again, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, there's several bases. One, that was a leading question, but if you get past that. Secondly, we had an agreement, which he complied with on direct examination, to have him say what happened there in summary fashion and not go into a quoting piece, even though we believe, and if you look at these medical records, he's showing positive for barbiturates and opioids, many of which were administered by the hospital. We believe the doctors will say he was not competent to give any sort of voluntary statement. And He was not advised with Miranda warnings. He wasn't in any way, obviously wasn't in custody, but we believe that we're entitled to a hearing on competence to give a statement if he's going to go further on this. And to do so, we're going to need the doctors from Savannah here to testify what his condition was. So perhaps we should adjourn this and come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week to finish it.
Your Honor, the sum total of my questions was specifically in response to the cross-examination. I was not going to ask him to go back to to relate what he related to Agent Kelly, which again, they had already agreed for us to do in summary fashion. It was simply going to be questions that he was not in custody. He was voluntarily agreed to talk, and his questions were subject matter appropriate, and he appeared to understand the questions. That was going to be the extent of it, and it was in direct response to their putting in the records and discussing the injuries that are reflected in those records. That was the extent of my questioning, not to reiterate the summary to which, frankly, they had already agreed to allowing us to do, which we did yesterday.
If that's all he's going to ask, I withdraw my objection.
All right, very good. Let's bring the jury in. Stand and get a stretch. Yes, sir.
That's what we're agreeing, if that's all he's going to ask. But if that question leads to another question, leads to another question.
So stand for a few minutes, moments.
I just want you guys to pay attention to how tall Alex Murdaugh really is and how long his arms are. And if you think he could reach across the truck and pitch out a cell phone, I would say yes. Just my opinion. I guess they're waiting for that the jury to come back in. I don't know how far the jury room is from there, but it looks like the witness is in his seat. That seat has got to be hard. I mean, it looks like a wooden seat. So, I mean, I don't know how. There was one witness there that was literally there all day. What witness was? Oh, it was that sled agent that was in the front seat of that initial interview the night of the murder. He was literally in that for the whole day. It was awful. I felt bad for him.
The objection is withdrawn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. All right, going back to the question that I asked, when you interviewed, and I'm just asking these particular questions, when you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody in any way?
He was not in custody.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the 911 and on the to Hampton County deputies.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call, and from the video from the ambulance.
All right. And his answers related appropriately to the subject matter of your questions?
Yes, the side of the road.
You were asked a little bit about the circumstances of the telephone interview on September 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And did you want to do a telephone interview or did you want to speak to him in person?
No, our initial inquiry was to go to where he was at. We did not know his location. They took him out of state. Our intention was to go meet with them wherever they had him to conduct that interview. When those plans did not materialize, time was of the essence. When they called us and agreed to have the telephone interview, we made an investigative decision to agree to that and conduct the interview over the phone.
That time period between September 6th and 7th, when all the developments you testified to yesterday on the side of the road took place, and September 13th was SLED just sitting around doing nothing, or were y'all actively attempting to further question the defendant?
We were absolutely actively in working the active investigation. We were actively attempting to make contact to have that interview and make that take place.
And it was not till September 13th that the defense agreed, but only through a telephone interview. Is that correct?
Mr. Harpootlian called me on the 13th, and he said, "Hey, we have a short amount of time. We can do this. Can we make it happen?" So we had to make it happen and within about 30 minutes notice. So Agent Albayalde and I got to a place where we can conduct the interview, and the interview occurred.
And when y'all had that phone interview that the jury heard yesterday, at the beginning, they put limitations on the subject matter of what could be discussed.
Yes, they advised that they would only discuss the side of the road shooting, the Moselle incident, and the financial crimes were off limits.
Ultimately, some financial information was discussed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But Moselle never was. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked about ultimately when he was taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
I don't have the booking paperwork. I don't remember what specific date. I took him into custody twice, so I don't know what date.
And that was after he had finished that rehab stint. Is that correct, to your understanding?
Yes, we took him in custody once on the Alameda property. We also took him in custody a second time when we went to Orlando to extradite.
What you were just asked about by Mr. Harpootlian, when he returned to South Carolina, that was the first time ever that he had been taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for charges related to the side of the road.
Yes.
Thank you, Senior Special Agent Kelly. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Questions. That second time you took him into custody, do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date in front of me. I apologize.
If I told you October 16th, of 2021, would that seem appropriate?
I believe it was in the month of October 2021.
Okay. And tell this jury, how long has he been out of jail since October 16th of 2021? I mean, did he make bond?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so he's been in jail since October 16th.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
What opportunity has he had since October 16th of 2021 to manipulate witnesses, to manipulate evidence, to manipulate anything in this case? What opportunity? Go ahead.
There's an objection.
I'm sorry, what's this objection?
Objection 401, Your Honor.
And response.
Well, Your Honor, no question, he's been in jail since October 6th.
Your legal response to the objection.
I don't
The
understand.
401 is the objection, relevance, and your response.
My response is that they have him, they're trying to portray him as this manipulative
Your Honor.
person, and he's not got the ability to manipulate anything after October 16th.
Objection is sustained.
That's not relevant.
Inappropriate argument to the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, did you tell anyone in his family the reason you wanted to see him while he was in rehab was to show him a picture of a truck?
The conversations about the picture of the truck, we obtained the picture of the truck on and around.
Excuse me, if you would just answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer. We're going to go down this trail, and if you say no, then I'm done. If you say yes, then I'm going to ask you when you did it, and we don't have to go through this back and forth for the next 10 minutes. Did you tell anybody in his family you wanted to see him in rehab just to show him a picture, among other things, just to show him a picture of a truck?
I believe that was one of the items we wanted to discuss with Mr. Murdaugh.
Okay. And so you're giving the impression that at that point you still believed him and you just wanted to show him a picture of a truck.
401, Your Honor.
Relevance? Really?
Let me hear that question again.
You indicated to a member of his family you knew was communicating with him that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck.
To the form, Your Honor.
It's cross-examination.
Thank you. Is that, did you communicate?
What's the response?
I asked the question.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
Special, are you a senior special agent?
Yes, sir, I am.
Senior Special Agent Kelly, did you communicate to a member of Mr. Murdaugh's family, Randy Murdaugh, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck? That was paramount to you, and that's what you communicated to Mr. Murdaugh.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
The question you just asked me is that, and I responded to, that was one of the things. That was not the only thing. You know, we knew the identity of Curtis Smith. We knew the truck that Mr. Smith.
I didn't ask you what else you knew. I asked you.
Ask the witness to be allowed to complete his answer, Your Honor.
Okay. You may continue your response.
We wanted to meet with Mr. Murdaugh to show him images of the truck. We wanted to show him to see. At this point, we suspected he was not telling the truth. And we wanted to see if he would continue to not tell it, to continue to lie to us about not knowing the existence of Curtis or the truck, or if he would, show some type of clarity. And
so, and this goes to sort of the same issue. When you wanted to see him, what are the exhibits I just introduced? Okay. When you wanted to see him and you contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
I was aware that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you in detox, you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drugs?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there was some hospital records, maybe I walked away. He would not be competent to speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or coming off those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime. So we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head. I mean, no one plow old ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctors would
That's
not.
not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian,
Would you just say yes or no? We can move
I'd
on.
like to ask the witness allowed to answer the question and object to the form.
Let me answer the question, yes or no.
could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask them if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. Now let's look at part of the records that are in evidence. And there was drug testing done on this day, correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you? Did you ask them?
The testing that was
Did
being
you
conducted-
ask them?
We did not ask to discuss specific aspects of Mr. Murdaugh's medical condition. We had to subpoena the records with a court order to have access to them. They will not discuss openly his medical records with us.
Did you ask a doctor? I'm just repetitive, but if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these records, that he was positive for barbiturates and positive for opioids, would they not?
They would have told us they.
Objection sustained.
Were you, according to the records that are in evidence, or were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
Once we have subpoenaed.
Would you please answer the yes or no?
Once we got the records,
Would
we
you
learned.
answer yes or no?
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question.
You may respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
At the time of September 4th, we did not ask the medical doctors or the medical professionals any information about his condition. because they would not discuss it with us. So if I had asked, they would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records through court order, we were able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning, knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was a victim of a crime. He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating. I would have asked those questions, and when I found that they were consistent with the two other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
Beg the court's indulgence. Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now you know what badgering the
Call
witness
your next
is like.
witness.
Have you ever heard that
May it please the
objection?
court, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Peter Rudofsky.
Raise your right hand. Left hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall help you God? If you will please be seated, state your full name for the record, and spell your last name. Okay? Thank you.
Special Agent Peter Rudofsky, that's Rudofski, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then Ski.
All right, Special Agent Rudofsky, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Give us a little quick history of where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ultimately ended up with your current position.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in 2015, a reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. And then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for the Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently. Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22 is when I have my new position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved in the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle?
I did. November of 21 is when I was brought on to assist the Lowcountry region with this case.
November of 21 or November of 22?
21.
And let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using the FBI CAST program?
I did. I took a basic 16-hour cell site analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CAST Viz, which is what if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
And what has been your primary focus of your involvement, at least in the investigation after you got involved in November 2021? And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when the Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you came on in November of 21, what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a lot of phones, a lot of different data, and take all of that and put it into a readable timeline that you could start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see everything with all those different phones and different, media sources all in one document.
All right. Stand by for me just real quick.
Thank you, Carla. I love you so much. God bless you.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as a defense exhibit, Defense Exhibit 60, that was entered a long time ago in this trial. And do you recognize that? It's already in evidence.
I do.
All right. And what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline. I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m. was an updated time on this.
It
All
was
right. And that was,
so
who
cute.
prepared that document though, that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
And was that provided to the defense a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right. And on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft. And then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across the document.
All right. And as you have, how long have you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
All right. And as new data came in, new data has been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury. Has that been incorporated into your timeline here?
It has.
All right. And since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right. And has that been provided to the defense as well?
It has.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 520 and see if you recognize this document.
I do. This is going to be the full timeline. This is going to be the latest copy.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 519. And do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right, and tell the jury what that is.
This is going to be a condensed timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th.
2021?
2021.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 519 and 520 into evidence. Okay.
They are admitted.
All right, we're going to get back to those in a second. All right, now you mentioned before that you had some training in using the FBI CAS program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
And explain that to the jury. What information came in?
So on Friday, I received a call,
Which Friday?
would have been last Friday, from Attorney General Conrad that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in March of last year. No data was returned to us from OnStar. We get a call saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right, and tell the jury generally what was that data?
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data in there and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
All right. And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when had they responded with that information?
I believe it was March 18th
Of
of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
And then during the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
All right. And since that time, have you downloaded that data into the CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion?
I have the CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in an Excel file, and it pretty much plots it and paints a nice picture for you.
All right. And you have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data from various sources? Have you worked or synthesized the data that came from engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C. And he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that he previously testified on.
All right, and is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted in the evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that engineer Fafosky did and the OnStar data that GM recently provided?
The biggest difference you're going to see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see between the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Fafosky?
It was.
Just more specific?
Just more specific.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer in the evidence States 524.
Submitted.
All right, I'm gonna, if I could have a computer input, please. And I'm gonna go ahead and put Exhibit 524 up on the screen, the one we just admitted. All right, is this the 524 the exhibit we just put into evidence?
That is correct.
All right, and that's your name up there, and it's got the CAS program and everything. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving on to this next slide. And can you see all right up there?
I can.
All right, if your little screen becomes hard to see, just let me know, and we can have you come down here and look at the big one. All right, what's up on this slide? Tell us what this represents to the jury.
What you're going to see up on the slide is going to be 3 file names that were received from GM. These are all 3 Excel files. This is what they were labeled to us from GM.
And what does this slide look like?
This is an overview. Do you mind if I step down?
Yeah.
One up. This is going to be an overview slide here. Top point is going to be Moselle, the Moselle house property. Bottom left, we're going to have Hampton. Far right is going to be Alameda. There are 4,820 data points that make up these lines here. When you zoom in a couple more slides, you're going to see the individual dots. This is kind of like an overlay of all of those dots.
Right.
But just for reference, that's where we're at in the map.
And just very quickly, tell the jury when we're talking about these dots, is that what the CAS report did? Is plot the dots based on the data provided by GM OnStar?
That is correct. Each dot's going to represent a latitude and longitude.
Did you have to manually enter in all 4,820, or how does that work?
I did not. The nice thing about the CAS system is it takes the Excel, you put it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and it does all that for you. Kind of like Google Earth would do in comparison.
All right, this next slide, what is that?
This is the same slide. It's just showing on a different, the last one was like a Google Earth kind of view photo. This is just a regular like map photo. It kind of just says, the location's a little bit easier to read. You got Hampton, Alameda, then you can see Islandton.
Go on to this slide. Is this just a general representation where you can see some of the individual dots?
This is going to be the general overview of Moselle. Each little dot is going to either have a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. And this is for the whole day. This is not just for a certain time period. This is going to be for the whole day of June 7th, 2021.
All right. And then again, generally, what does this represent?
This is going to represent in Hampton around the law firm. Each dot is either a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. It's just kind of zoomed in photo from what we saw previously.
And that's the defendant's former law firm?
That is correct.
All right. And what does this represent?
This is going to be the Alameda property that's been referred to previously. And this is just showing a overview of all the dots for that day.
All right, we're about to get in some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you about to go through with the jury as the specific data points that you're about to relate to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day. You're going to have a data point and a slide that's going to show you the beginning, a couple slides during the drive, and then at the end. And we're going to have a couple different drives that we'll be walking through.
All right, now we're at this slide. What's the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
All right, and tell the jury, what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main entrance. And you can see underneath the little box is going to be the house. You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7th, 2021. And this plot is going to be 120647.
Is that what time the Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
All right. Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right. What time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right. Come on down here, if you would, just real quick. And explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow in this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little kind of triangle down here, that's where it's pointing to on which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area that the vehicle, the latitude, longitude correlates with.
All right, I'll have to borrow the stick real quick. So this little blue triangle right there is what we're talking about?
That is correct.
And it's pointing to that little red dot there, is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various trips, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I just want to point out quickly, you might see a couple other data points that could be for another trip. Sometimes they have the same latitude and longitude, but different times. So you might see a couple different data points, but that's an explanation for that.
All right. And then the one that's highlighted, though, is the one that's the information is being referred to right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And right here, we see what?
You see June 7th, 2021,
All right.
12:07:40 p.m.
All right. Thank you. All right, before we move on to the next slide, what's the car doing at this point in time?
The car is moving.
All right, and what location is it? Just generally an orientation to the property?
Moselle Road, coming out of that main gate.
That driveway?
Main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile per hour is going to be the new line that just showed up. And this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle is traveling.
Generally on these blue boxes is the little arrow at the bottom. Is that kind of in the center bottom in most of these little blue boxes, blue and white boxes?
That is correct.
All right. And some of the entries have a miles per hour rating. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's being recorded by the vehicle and by GM OnStar?
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right. And so what was the speed of the defendant's vehicle at this time?
Approximately 12 miles an hour.
Now, on here, it's in reference to miles per hour because we're Americans. But the data that you got, what unit was it in?
Kilometers.
All right. And so did you convert that data to miles per hour?
In an Excel spreadsheet, yes.
All right. And just plugged in what the conversion is, and it converted to miles per hour.
Yep, you do the equal sign, then you do the conversion, and it converts for you.
All right. All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the law, or that afternoon to the law firm?
That is correct.
All right, and very quickly tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
And that's the residence up here at the top.
That is correct.
All right, that's the kennels way up at the very top.
That is correct.
All right, what is the date and time of this reading?
12:08:30, and that is showing approximately 55 miles an hour.
Okay. All right, tell me about this next one.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the dot, and we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
All right. And where is the arrow on this particular one?
So on this box, the arrow is actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
The speed again?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Going on to slide 13 for the record, what does this reflect?
This is reflecting coming into Hampton to the law firm. And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm. It's 12:21:37, and we have no speed associated.
All right, and then the next slide, slide 14.
This is 12:24:06 with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point I could find.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That is correct.
12:46?
12:24:06.
All right. Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15.
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. The max speed was 65.8 miles per hour, and the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour, and that time was at 12:13:19 during his drive.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
All right, PM?
PM.
And the speed?
Approximately 8 miles an hour.
Going on slide 17.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 p.m. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
it
the
might
speed?
be cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top?
The top of the screen.
About 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 p.m. arriving back at the residence,
That is correct.
and the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
All right, slide 20.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Alameda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
Okay. And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is.
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to this data.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like previous slide.
Where's the Suburban at this point?
Like previous slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road, coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour. This is going to be at 9:08:06.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 90818 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Alameda.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and do we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time?
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
In the grayish white looking box, you can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. And right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
Next slide, 25.
Wow, is all I can say. Wow.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 9:08:42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing that location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
Going to slide 26. Tell us what this references.
So we also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point. There's several throughout the road. This one is showing 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 28.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 9:09:06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is. 9:09:18 p.m., traveling 49 miles per hour.
And slide 30.
This is going to be another data point at 9:09:18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
And then slide 32.
This is also going to be another data point on that road, 9:09:42, traveling approximately 54 miles an hour on Moselle Road.
All right, going to slide 33. Has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Alameda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13:30 p.m., showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Alameda.
All right. And I'm going back to slide 3. Do that real quick. And the slide that we were just seeing when the orientation changes, can you come down real quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to look at?
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. Would have made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point you just looked at.
All right, returning to slide 33. All right.
And right there is going to be approximately where the data point is at.
Okay. And what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
Going on to slide 34.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. It's going to be on the top portion.
All right, moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour It's going to be the top portion of your screen here coming into Varnville.
All right, and down at the bottom center of the screen, what is that? Right here.
That is going to be the Alameda property. And just to reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
All right, right here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Alameda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 9/22/06. His Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Alameda property.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects, and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in. And then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here. And then the driveway is this whitish part that you see on your screen.
All right, and then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are kind of, there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going, though, when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward like a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at 9/22/39.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
9/22/39. And this is just, so that this right here is going to be a better overview without the
box.
The box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. This is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. Then you have your outbuildings.
Right here, we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Alameda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work over that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That is correct.
Or returned from work?
That's correct. Let me stay down here.
You can go back up. Back.
This is all car data, folks. This is all GM car data that they got after
Max
the
speed
trial
again is
started.
what on the trip to Alameda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again that he
9
arrived?
At Alameda?
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
You go back.
Or back up to?
9:22:39. So 9:22:39. He reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
On June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we've gone on to slide 40. Please tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement. And this would be Alex leaving Alameda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's showing approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the time again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
21 minutes.
That's correct.
What was the arrival time? That
9:22.
And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41, let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Alameda?
It does, about halfway between on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jury if you would. I just sent you back. I'm sorry.
So halfway during on this. So this is the driveway right here. So this is the driveway just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
All right, and then on slide 41, we have a, what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto Yemassee Highway.
At 9:45.
That is correct, 9:45:22.
All right, moving on to slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Alameda to Moselle. This is just a data point on Yemassee Highway. It's 9:46:01, and on this one doesn't have a speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also
orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
So on the bottom, you have Alameda going through Varnville and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing approximate speed of 74 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That's correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle. This is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference. Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 9:59:18, showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot?
That is correct.
And slide 47.
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51:43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
That is correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time. And especially with all your lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions, the road was, was a lot of potholes. And
was the defendant's top speeds on both the trip to and from Alameda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day.
That'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
All right, we've gone on now to slide 49 and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a timestamp of 10:05:06 p.m. and this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49 during that trip.
Okay. And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels 10:05:57 p.m.
Backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection, during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right. And so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right. Slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54 showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right. Slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and the Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relate to the jury?
It does.
Your Honor, I'm about to move on to another exhibit that's lengthy. This might be a good time. I would request or suggest a break at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, quite interesting stuff. I have to be honest. This is stuff they didn't have before trial began. If you guys remember, the first day of trial, they were testifying that they got a response from GM stating that they never received anything. And obviously somebody was watching and knew that that wasn't true and that they could, I mean, if you get a subpoena for those documents and you say that you don't have anything, you better not have anything. So it seems like those were swiftly turned over last week to the prosecution, which obviously handed them over to the defense. So the defense has known for quite some time that this stuff is going to be really bad. Couple of the hot spots that are very important with this information, but if this is going to be the closest thing we have to a smoking gun, this is the closest thing that I can tell you in this court case that we have to him physically holding that gun in his hand. This information is literally wow. Wow. Okay. So a couple of points I have is that he slowed down at the very spot that his wife's phone was ditched at. That is huge. Huge. We got him speeding away, an uptick in speed, nonetheless, not like gunning it, but definitely an uptick in speed, a slowdown, a toss, uptick in speed. That's what we got. Very crucial. He pulls into Alameda at 9:22:39, goes up close to the wooded line and goes a little past the house. At 9:43:18, he's leaving. So it's a little over, it's between 20 and 21 minutes he was there. And he pauses at a spot as he leaves for approximately a minute, and bringing them to about 9:45 p.m.-ish, somewhere around there. As he makes his way back to the house, he goes up to the house, it appears, and he arrives, which is pretty interesting. He arrives literally back at that property at exactly 10 p.m. He goes to the house and then over to the kennels within 5 minutes, top speeds of like 32 miles an hour, to or from. I didn't quite get all that. But he arrived at the kennels at 1:05:57, and the 911 call was brought in at 10:06. By 10:11, he is heading back to the house, and by 10:14, if I'm correct, I could be wrong. It might be 10:17. I can't read my handwriting. He arrives back at the kennel again. So lots of OnStar data, that wonderful program and system each and every one of us just love to have in our car, the computer, right? The computer of our system, of our cars. Now, guys, I hate to bring it to you. Big Brother's watching, okay? Shout out to America. Big Brother is watching, right? Look at all these tools that they have, that police have at their disposal, unbeknownst to us. Just unbeknownst to us. So we've learned about cell towers. We've learned about the RTT. We've learned about how cell phones record all the information, even if our phone is this way or this way, right? Like it's got a memory in here. I don't know how it holds all that stuff. It must delete certain, after so long. It has to, I have to think. But can you imagine with the phone turning on? It's recording that my phone turned on at 11:04, right? That it was moved. So we've learned about that. And now we're learning about the equipment in our own cars. This is just, maybe I need a bunker. So, but like I said, this is probably about as close to a smoking gun we're going to get. Why? Because we finally have concrete evidence, not eyewitness testimony, concrete, tangible evidence of exactly when he left his home, exactly when he got to Alameda, exactly where he was positioned. And then the spot where his wife's phone was, it gave me shivers down my spine. Shivers down my spine. So it's like, if this is not the nail in the coffin that the jury needed, I don't know what they're waiting for. I really, really don't. All the testimony and everything like that. Now, thank you, Just a Country Girl. Thank you so much. This is why this case is so fascinating. A lot of people are crime junkies, but you can't be a crime junkie unless you know the inner workings of everything, right? I want to know what kind of data, think about this. Now, I just want to put this into perspective because many of you guys are also watching the Idaho 4, right? And we know that they got some data from him, right? Look at all the data they most likely have. So for this whole innocence project out there for Brian Kohberger, there's a reason why he's in that hot seat. Just like none of these people thought that Alex Murdaugh could possibly be capable of this, right? And so he gets arrested, and people are like, I can't believe he's arrested. Blah, 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 blah. There's a reason. There's a reason he was arrested. And look at all this. Look at all this. Right? This is the stuff that you know, I like. This is the stuff. This is the juice. So it's sad that these people were murdered. It's sad that he's the one that did it. It's sad that Buster is still on that side of the freaking courtroom. It's sad that his whole family had to pony up, and law partners had to pony up millions of dollars for this Yahoo that has no care in the world about what he did. Still sitting up here, making his community go through this, making his family go through this, making her family go through this. He's just a cruel, cruel man. He doesn't he thinks of nothing but himself. This right here wouldn't have happened, even if it was mercy, even if he didn't want his family knowing what a big a piece of garbage he is, right? Maybe if he was just, I don't know. It's just sad. It's hard to believe that he could be so in love. This was from all intents and purposes, his high school sweetheart. He spent the majority of it. He spent more of his life with his wife than he did with his family. His children were grown. And he kills them. And that's why I keep thinking, if Buster was there, he'd have been one of his victims too. And here he is sitting on that side of the aisle. In the scowl on his face that he's angry because his dad's there. His dad did that crap to himself. Nobody did that for Alec. Alec did all of this. His wife didn't even know how much money they had in a checkbook or a checking account. She had no clue. She never handled the money. She just had the comfortable life. He took care of everything. How scary. That's why I always believe you should be involved in every aspect. You know, my husband, like when it came to checkbooks and writing stuff, you know, I took care of all of that. But if he wanted to see it, he could have just came in here and looked at a report, right? Nothing was ever hidden from him. Maybe I should have. Now that I'm thinking about it. Right? Oh, Lord. Can't make this stuff up. But, you know, I like this because this is good education for everybody. And not only that, you know, I've been out of the law office for years. You know, at this point, I've been out of the law office for years. So some of this stuff is refresher stuff for me. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. And there's also another thing. People are saying that they believe that the reason why he killed Maggie and not just Paul is because he believed Maggie would be against, you know, like be a witness against him. And, you know, that's why I don't know. First of all, there is a spousal privilege, so they can't force your spouse to testify against you, but they also can't stop them either. So, you know, it would be possible, but it sounds like, and this is what I thought when I was listening to this, and I don't know how many people were watching yesterday, but when they were describing where that second shot to Paul Murdaugh came from, it looked like whoever was there, because they said gun was up high for the first shot that hit in the shoulder or in the body, that non-fatal shot. And then they said, then the angle of the next shot was from way down. And I think I know exactly what happened and how they got that angle. When he got that shot and Paul was turning and walking out, he realized he didn't injure him enough, and he took a freaking knee. He took a knee. That's how he did it. He wasn't in an awkward position. He was on one knee. and made sure that that shot counted. Steady the gun. Steady the gun. And I'm surprised not one person put themselves in the position of kneeling there, because that seemed, as soon as I saw the angle of that gun, as soon as I saw the angle of the gun, that's the first thing I thought of. He took a knee. He took a knee. Now, do I know that for a fact? I do not know. I do not know. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. My best friend. Sorry about that, folks. So yeah, steady the gun. So obviously he didn't want to shoot him again. He didn't want to look his son in his eyes. He didn't want to look his son in his eyes. But I'm sorry, out of all the evidence I have heard throughout this entire trial, this OnStar evidence, I feel, just seals Alex's fate. It really does. And I am very curious how the defense is going to cross-examine this witness. But hopefully they're much more cautious than they have been here in the past, because they keep stepping right on in it, right? They keep going right in it. And then they're begging and pleading the courts, please don't let it be an open door. And it's like, look, you opened the door. You stepped in it. They have a right to explore it. Right? So they keep making, but I know that a lot of people were like, well, I want evidence. I want hardcore evidence. And God bless you for that, for wanting more and really wanting to know the truth. But those are his movements. Those are his actual movements. There's no disputing that. They had longitude and latitude and longitude. They had timestamps. They had his dots moving, right? I mean, every few seconds that they were getting data points the entire ride there. I love how you explain everything to us. So, but seriously, it's just bringing it down to, to terms we understand. But you're not going to get any more of a smoking gun than what we have here. In my opinion, this is just damaging. All they're going to have to be doing is, well, you didn't see him actually throw the phone. That's like, okay, OnStar, let's get all your records. They can't go on a fishing expedition with OnStar, but still, they do have the cell towers. They can tell who was in and around the area. I can tell you that's a desolated area. And at that time of night, I doubt there was a whole lot of people on the roads. I mean, this is a country, area. This is a family, Southern Bible Belt area. And I can only imagine that there can't be a whole lot of people. I mean, his place was, and remember those houses in that video? Those were his houses. I thought like, well, somebody lives in front of the property. But now that I look at the property line, those were his houses. And I think that was the house that Bianca was talking about, where he was getting dressed, where he bought some new clothes. So they're like, oh, well, he lost a lot of weight. It wouldn't have been. I remember when I was going through my divorce, I went and got, I'm like, you know what? I need to go out and just, shop, right? The shopping therapy. And I went out and bought all these cute little clothes. And literally 2 weeks later, they were falling off of me. I'm like, oh, that was a waste of $250. Yeah, guys, don't forget to smash the like button. We've been following this case. We've been bringing this trial live for you guys. And listen to this. We were also out there. If you guys weren't following me, we were also out there. Alex Murdaugh heard from Bullhorn Betty face to face. I got that too. Bullhorn Betty face to face with Alex Murdaugh. Got to make those impressions. Make those impressions last. So anyways, for those that are just tuning in that did not get to the a chance to watch the coffee club this morning, we went over the language of letting go, and it's talking about how sometimes we just get into this rut of the same cycle, just doing the same thing every day, and it's time to let loose and have a little fun. And I hope we've been doing that at least today, trying to follow the book, trying to follow instruction, trying to have a little fun in such a horrible case. That the only thing I can say about this particular case is that it's kind of got all the bells and whistles when it comes to a criminal case. It really does. In the reality of it, it's sad that so many people lost their lives in and around Alex Murdaugh, and it does appear, at least right now in my mind, it does appear that he is guilty of killing his wife and his son. And it's sad. It's sad that somebody that everybody looked up to just had this fall from grace. And what did I tell you? All the stories, everything, there's some key ingredients, and it's violence, drugs, or alcohol, or a combination. And here we've got where it's really not much different. This one just has a big slice of greed added to it. And that the majority of the problems in and around Alex Murdaugh's life, if it wasn't for greed, I don't believe we would be here right now. Sometimes if you have financial problems, you don't act like you're a hero. You talk to your spouse, say, hey, I'm having financial problems. We need to stop spending. We need, you don't keep the lifestyle. Is there anything you can let go? How about the housekeeper? Can you clean the house? Things that can help really balance that budget for a household, instead of robbing from Peter to pay Paul. And this is what I can say to any family, whether it is a poor family or a rich family. If there are drugs and you've got to send your son to be a detective, first of all, I just think that is in and of itself got to be screwing with your kid's head first and foremost. So let's not do that. I did not agree with hearing that the son knew about this problem and was the little detective. That should never happen. I don't think that children should be ever involved, whether they're grown children or not, ever be involved in those types of things. But if you have that to worry where you need your son or your child to be your little detective, maybe it's time to start talking about some therapies, getting somebody into treatment. There was just so much more, in my opinion, that I think if it would have been handled differently, maybe today would not have been realized. I'm unsure, because it sounds like, at least for Alec, he's been doing the conning, the scheming, the defrauding of his clients for a significant amount of time, a decade or longer. So, I don't know how long the family knew that he had this problem. But I definitely, if you see something, say something. Don't ever be alone. Don't ever isolate yourself. Don't ever, always bounce things off friends, family, whoever you can. If it gets bad, you gotta set some healthy boundaries. The reason why I'm going into this tangent is because I know that, whoever may be watching this in the future, or maybe somebody in my chat right now, might be struggling with some of the same things right now. They may be saying to themselves, my husband has an issue, and yeah, I've been having my kid, do this. Maybe it is time to look at other avenues. I mean, if it gets to the point where you're having your children be the detectives, there might be some more significant issues that may need to be addressed. And we want all of our members to live happy and healthy lives. We know that is in a perfect world. We do not live in a perfect world. So there's got to be, out of the 200 people in here, there's got to be somebody struggling with something similar. So just take care of yourself, love one another, but have healthy boundaries.
Now be seated.
Yes, sir.
Difficult question. I've talked to Mr. Waters. He thinks he's probably going to go close to lunch until his wife, yesterday. And then we've probably got 2 hours across on this witness. So we've got short witnesses, long witnesses we could bring once they rest. We've got a motion for directed verdict, which I don't think will take that long, 15, 20 minutes. I mean, I don't want to start a witness today and finish him on Tuesday if it's a long witness. So should we tell maybe some 30-minute, 40-minute witnesses to be here about? I just don't want the court to sit here or have to go home without maximizing use of your time.
Well, certainly, I do not like a witness to be on the stand over the weekend because we end up starting back at the beginning. Pardon?
It's a 3-day weekend. It's not just a weekend. I mean,
yeah, right. You know, we have to be flexible. I don't know how long all this is going to go. Is this your last witness, Mr. Waters?
Barring some need for an audible, yes, sir.
Okay. So you should be ready to do some witnesses today, I would think.
Yes, sir.
Assuming the case proceeds beyond directed verdict.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you know,
I think you've answered. You don't want to start a 3 or 4 hour witness this afternoon.
Not at all.
Yeah, okay, well, that answers the question. We may come up a little bit short, sort of hard to gauge, but we've got some relatively short witnesses, and then we've got rather long witness.
I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. I want to put on the record that I received a note from the jury.
Thank you, Sue. God bless you.
After returning from lunch yesterday, the jury somehow thought that they would elect their own foreperson. And asked me if they, whether there was a reason for appointing someone else or if we could keep the same foreperson. I don't know who gave them the notion that they would select their own foreperson. And I know, as I told them, that it's done differently in different places. I appoint forepersons, and I did not change. I did not accede to them saying we already have a foreperson. But that was the reason I gave them an explanation right after lunch, explaining to them that the fact that you are a foreperson doesn't give you any more authority than any other juror. But I want to make this note a part of the record.
If I could also, if we conclude this witness, and obviously I would request at the conclusion of that witness that there be at least a brief recess just to do an exhibit check and any housekeeping. If we are going to rest at that time, if I could have an opportunity quickly to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
Okay.
2 short witnesses, it sounds like, at best this afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Bring the jury. Very well. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. All right. Special Agent Rudolski, we just finished with the GM OnStar data. That was 524. And again, just to remind the jury, prepared two timelines. One is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That's correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct? And then this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the hours, evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish 519 to the jury, and let's discuss it. All right, just real quick, I want to go through this opening page, and this is the condensed one, 519. Is that correct? Up on the screen?
That is correct.
All right, and has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell bright extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I don't mean to point out with the stick, between an extraction and then CDRs or still data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out a Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
All right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Frykowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide. So when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
Right,
and
give
then
an example of what you mean by that.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
All right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
Okay. We'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it. Just give me 1 second. All right, all right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04, and I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through, okay? All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. As you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago.
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity we see on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right, and can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot, no.
Or can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
All right. Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alex Murdaugh's phone and whether or not there's any missing call logs on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Britt Dove full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. It's 6:09:48. Do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting little foot massage? Then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
At 6:10:01, going to the bottom of this page, that being page number 2, is there another message from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify that in the right-hand corner where it says Paul. Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look on the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what do those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or, take place from.
All right. And down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6:17:42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone's moving?
So it'd be at the Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right. Up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
All right, moving to continue on page 3. We have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. It shows rejected.
All right, and after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food massage. We'll call you back." That was from her phone extraction.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's already into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch, just something that makes, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner workings, anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624, what is that?
624-2, that shows from the FBI report, telemetry report, that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alex Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right. And what time is that? No, 6:24?
6:24:18, correct.
All right. And that map there, is that a data point from the CAS data that you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals. Is that right?
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after. And then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to your recollection, what is Marianne Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe it's a girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5. What does this map represent? Who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. It's identified by that red badge looking dot.
All right. On here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alex Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you see reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there is no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
All right, at 6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his CDRs.
It was in the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
All right.
And it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48, and at 6:42:54, we show the suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PUP and PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on. 6:43:50, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
All right. And moving on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what if any activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does. Based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to get the actual network connected.
All right. And then at the 7 o'clock hour, what if any communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. Do we have some activity at 7:02:29?
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds. And this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on the CDRs. And it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
7:04, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 7:04 and 8:17, her phone showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
All right. Moving on, at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of the communication between Alex and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is. Alex sends a message to in his phone. It's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done." That's from the Alex That's from the extraction.
All right. Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1:31.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be
Right
the
now.
7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number, this numbered 1.
It's going to be 7:07:49
And
p.m.
the latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5.
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20 is going to be the latest dot, and that's in the Walterboro area.
All right, moving
Ooh,
on.
he looks angry.
Looking
His
down at
face is better than
7:09.
usual.
43, what if any activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Miss Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, open up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7:14:13 to 7:22:19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7:15:35 to 7:21:52. This is going to be from Alex's phone showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the same.
Consistent?
That's correct.
7:18:44, what if any activity do you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries, again, explain those 2 entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7:25:03 to 7:34:47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. This is approximate. 7:28:35 to 7:37:11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
All right, 7:30 p.m., we have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
All right, we got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
This map's just showing that, her phone was pinging. It's starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this?
This is
again?
going to be Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be the right-hand corner. It's going to say Paul Murdaugh with the phone number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30 and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
All right, we see 2 cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to the data.
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in the time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. It shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss. And that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, Paul.
All right, moving now to page 10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on your summary timeline?
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a thumbnail picture, and this is when it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And remind the jury what video that is. I see we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right, and again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation.
That's correct, based on previous testimony. Yes.
All right. 7:41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right, and just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific?
That is correct.
All right, and we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house.
The cabin?
The cabin.
All right, and what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that area.
7:54, 7:56.
7:56, sorry, it's hard to see.
All right. And then we have two data points at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godly Farm roadside. And that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it. And then down at the bottom of page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is. It shows approximately 89 steps traveled during
What time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving now, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
All right. And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday? The day
Previous
before?
testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have two entries. Can you explain those two entries to the jury and how they relate to each other, if anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends, based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55.
And it was sent out to his friends when?
At 7:56 p.m.
Moving on to page 12 at 7:57, does one of his friends respond?
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh.
Oops, sorry.
Stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps. Oh, it."
All right. Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right. And then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14.
What's the first data point?
8:08:45 and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
PM.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
All right. And just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
All right. So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page 12.
That is correct.
Which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see two entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08?
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
All right. Again, at 8:07, what, if anything, do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, the next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see in purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods. So this is going to show from 8/11/08 to 8/31/15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked. And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, the North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7/13/15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 7/13 or 8/13?
I'm sorry, 8/13/15.
All right. So CB Rowe's phone is pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving to the next map. Whose phone is this? If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on this particular map.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone location data. So it's going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left. And the data starts at 8/14 and goes all the way to 8/35/07.
8:35. Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08. You testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17 and 14 seconds, what, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that it's unplugged.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving?
It means that she unplugged her phone
from that
vehicle.
And the data generally reflects that she's at the residence at that point?
That is correct.
Paul 8:08, Maggie 8:17.
That is correct.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
We have at 8:17:44 p.m. Do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use his phone?
We do.
At 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
All right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes?
That's correct.
8:19 p.m., what do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi and that he receives a Snapchat message from Ansley Wilson stating he got the magic touch. He also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
All right. Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area. So it's just showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications. And whose communications are these going sort of back and forth, a series of communications?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
All right. And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
And on this page, they start about what time and continue through about what time?
Start around 8:23 and go all the way to 8:29.
Well,
I think we keep on going down. Yeah, about 8:30. It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
All right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps traveled during that time period.
All right. And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Going on to the next page, page 17. Going back just real quick on page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. He's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow and asking if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members?
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph?
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge and investigation, he had a turn for the worst health-wise around this time?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly. That did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text, according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8/21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
And that text came in at what time?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
At 8:31, what, if any, entry do we see?
So at the 8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That is correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
8:49:26, is that correct?
8:49:26.
All right. At 8:32:25, we have an entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points, if you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
What happens at 8:40 while Paul's phone is at the kennels?
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
If you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at 8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. It looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mm-hmm.
What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
All right. And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked.
Ever?
Ever. $8:49:01.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to...
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
That is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when...
And the 8:48 to 8:49 p.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. Next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Looking at this entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
Was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message. I believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever.
Forever. Until when?
Until it's recovered the next day at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
On June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It receives a text from Brogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
You never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever.
Objection. Basis for the objection.
Leading.
Leading. Don't lead it, but let's restate the question.
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that
Yes.
time period?
Yes, he did. Various interviews with law enforcement.
And was that kennel video, what time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
8.
Answered it several times. Objection is overruled.
8:49 is when their phones went silent forever.
At 8:53, do we see any activity on Maggie's phone?
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do. Between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32, we see various orientation changes, which would indicate that someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Moving on to page 20. At the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48?
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
Hold on for me just real quick.
This is very damning.
Right here at the bottom of page 13, We have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. We'll turn into page 20. Happens to Alex's phone around 9:02.
Pretty much wakes up.
And what data point is reflected?
From 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47, it shows 283 steps traveled.
And how long? How many minutes roughly?
5 minutes, 5-6 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 521 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a PACE spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence. No objection.
Submit it.
That'd be all my please. And General, if I could have the screen.
I don't know, Linda Lou. This is pretty damaging. I mean, it's showing that they're all together at the time.
All right, tell the jury real quick as we look at this exhibit just admitted, just generally we have at the top, tell them quickly what this is and what these columns represent. Explain this chart if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data.
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
We have one for Maggie as well. Is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom, who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's PACE spreadsheet.
Let's talk about this a little bit. If you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Right, time period?
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
All right. 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11. Approximately 165 steps, estimated 19.26 steps per minute.
24.
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37, approximately 47 steps, and estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
25.
7:41 to 7:48, showing approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26.
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per minute.
28.
28 is going to be the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps. That's 17.28 steps per minute.
And as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Whoa, 9:02 to 9:06.
And what time was the video again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period's going to be 9:02 to 9:06.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he?
Appears.
What was the average steps per minute from 902 to 906?
70.75.
Was that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
Could I have the computer back again, please? We have a map here on Paul's phone. Tell me very quickly what that represents.
We do. This is going to be based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 903.22 and 903.30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked at this time.
Bottom of page 20, we got a pink box. What does that reflect?
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup, the telemetry system.
On which
To be,
vehicle?
Alex Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
Is there a CDR reference to Mary Ann Dempsey attempting to call Paul?
There is.
Mary Ann Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
Yep. So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
At 9:05:15, is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12.
Yes, and it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that call on the call log when Dylan Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
Nine 9:06:14 and 9:06:15. Are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 9:06:20, we're still seeing an orientation change?
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom of page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
The Suburban's underway?
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Alex Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is at 9:06:52, Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long. And that's based off of CDR since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction, correct?
It was not.
2 missed calls.
2 missed calls.
Moving to page 22, at the top, what, if anything, does Alex Murdaugh's phone show in relation to the Suburban?
So it's just showing that, the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
He tried, Linda.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44.
9 what?
Sorry, 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off. That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did that you testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the kennels for a second, does it? Does it stop by the kennels?
His vehicle does not stop by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
It's right on going to Moselle Road, makes a right.
Going down to the bottom of page 22.
This is just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42. It's showing approximate miles per hour of 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked, yes. And the backlight is off.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Sure didn't.
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Going to check on M, be right back." This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
And that's again also missing from that entire series of events around
Moving
town.
all the calls.
Not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
I'll move on. Ron.
Been asked and answered.
Down at 9:12:14, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
It's connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
This is going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14, what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46, what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. Green one is going to be the Alameda property.
I think so,
Moving on to
Kimberly.
the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Alameda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
And then on page 26, what does this map reflect?
This is going to be Verizon records for CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21.
And?
In 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
He's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax. Is that right?
That is correct. The
And
home's
where's
gonna be
Moselle?
Moselle is going to be that red dot to the right.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Alameda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at Alameda?
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed in picture from the previous one. Just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Alameda.
At 9:20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB Row at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
And again, his phone was pinging back at his house in Fairfax at that time period, correct?
That is correct.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which that's military time, is going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
And is that consistent with the OnStar data at 9:22:49 of him arriving in Alameda?
It is.
And on page 28, is that data point that you just referenced?
That is correct, 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what, if anything, does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs. It's not on either phone extraction.
And that would be the landline at Alameda?
That's correct.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread.
Never read?
Never read.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Up here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words?
That is correct.
9:35 to 9:45, 10-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few
They've been
pages.
continuing, correct.
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Falkowski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Alameda around this time?
That is correct. 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes. Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 9:46:35, what, if any, activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
9:47:23, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, call me babe, and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And we see some backlight activity around the time of that text
do.
message, that unread text message?
We do, a couple seconds.
We have a map here. Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Alameda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data from phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle?
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild?
That is correct, just showing coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what the activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, call me if up.
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour?
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page. Is there any further activity?
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59. Shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:53:55, he receives another call from Chris Wilson. Shows 123 seconds. And that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
At 9:57 and 9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone?
That is correct. And
It
shows unread from his phone extraction.
We have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
The Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what time right there in that map? That's what, the map at the top?
That's what the time that it pulls into the driveway.
I'm sorry. 1 second. At 10:03:36 p.m., there's 2 entries around that time. Can you tell the jury what any activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see for the time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house based on the GM data.
Going over to page 35. Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leap down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data?
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time that the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
That's correct.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime? That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
And from the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Ah, look at that face. Man, I want to say F you, dude. Look at him. He knows he's sunk. I can't even speak. That smirk on his face. I want to
Another
smack
call
it
from
off.
Rogan to Paul that never be answered.
That is correct. 10:08:27, never answered.
At 10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at
That face said it all.
10:11:54. This is when the Suburban is showing leaving the kennels.
And down at the bottom of page 36, we see another map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when his Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back at the kennels?
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
And then what time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17. And then the step data is what the 10:16:37 p.m. is referring to. That's going to be when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
After the 911 call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh. Shows 16 seconds long with connectivity time. And that's based off his CDRs. It was not found on either extraction. Then also we have a 10:18 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
There is 10:18:53 to 10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
And does Paul's backlight come on again at 10:18?
It does 10:18:08 to 10:18:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. So 10:17 is when the 911 call ended. And this would have been at 10:18:08. So this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson. I believe it said yo.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, that kennel location.
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
Where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge of the investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end, facing up.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 10:19 all the way to 11:18, and it's just showing the sector it was pinging off of, and that's in the area of Moselle Road.
All right, and we have a range of times there from the 10-ish hour to the 11-ish hour p.m. with Alex phone being there.
That is correct.
Does Alex's phone reflect a couple of calls that were not on his extraction, but in the CDRs?
It does.
To what people?
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then Christy.
At 10:20:08, what, if any, activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a display on screen auto lock. It's been locked. It's just documenting a auto lock.
Display on auto lock?
Mm-hmm.
And now auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so it automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do just seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
Wow.
Was that on the Dillon Hightower extraction?
It was not on the Dillon Hightower extraction or the second one.
You mentioned before that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10:22:09. He received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
The 10:24 and the 10:25 hours, what, if anything, does the defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage stating, "Call me." And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction for the day of June 7th, 2021.
Multiple attempts to contact Rogan. Huh?
That's correct.
At what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Approximately 10:25 is when the first deputy arrived on scene.
10:25?
That's correct.
We see step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
We do. So we had a group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime?
That's correct. I believe in previous testimony, Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
Moving on to page 41.
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location. And you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
Is there a display on activity on Paul's phone, but also a phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:34:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the kennel video?
That is correct.
Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
He also had a smoke on his face, too. Congrats, Dolly. Dolly Vision.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We're almost done, and everybody's hungry. Show you what's been marked as 523. To this trial, states 523. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And tell the jury just where that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's me from Paul to Alex.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 523 into evidence.
Your Honor, we would renew the previous objections, have no additional objections. Or 403.
I see the exhibit.
I'm going to show 523. And this is a text from which person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be to, it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
What's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. This is again from Paul to Alex on May 6.
States 553. See if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. I do.
Tell me what that is.
This is going to be some searched items that I obtained from Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Submit it.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m. Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP. And if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted. And then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021 from Safari, white pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted. Could you slide it down just a little bit? I just want to make sure there's not another entry. Okay.
Show you what's been marked as Stage 556 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
I do.
And tell just generally what is this?
This is going to be a text message thread between Alex Murdaugh and Russell Lafitte.
And at the time, where did Russell Lafitte work again, to your understanding?
Palmetto State Bank.
And Your Honor, this time I would offer States 556, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections beyond the 403 and 404 objections previously ruled upon.
See the exhibit.
Right, I'm gonna put States 556 up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time and what it says.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22 p.m. This is from Alex stating, "I need to extend farm credit line another $600,000. My dad will sign also if needed. How much turnaround will that take?" And again, that's from Alex to Russell Lafitte on June 3rd, 2021.
Show you two final exhibits, States 554 and 555. And you recognize those?
I do.
And where were those found?
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, this time I don't offer 554 and 555 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Okay.
They're admitted.
States 554, who is that?
It's going to be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
So sad. They do favor each other.
States 555, who is that?
It's going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Buster should be ashamed of himself right now. Ashamed of himself. He needs to be on the other side of that courtroom. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now. For an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
So what is an hour and 15 minutes? Is it like 124? Is that right? Yeah, 124. So he'll have to be back at 124. I'm just going to keep this up. For a little while, I didn't even realize my microphone was off. Thank goodness I wasn't cussing. But man, I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry.
Please do not discuss your testimony during lunch. And we'll be in recess.
All right.
I've got to say that this was a very strong day for the prosecution. Very strong day for the prosecution. I feel this testimony was like it was the grand finale as they wind down their case. They're going to be resting. If it's my understanding, they should be resting today. They may rest on Tuesday, but I think they're going to be pushing for today. I think they anticipated being completed and done with all of this before lunch, so the defense could start their case, at least get 1 or 2 witnesses in. It sounds like they are going to be going for a directed verdict. And I know you guys heard that and when they were talking this morning, where the judge said, unless they get you on directed verdict. And I just want to let you know, a lot of people don't realize what directed verdict is. So I wanted to read you, actually, I probably should read you the Black Law's dictionary version of it instead of what I get on here. What did I do with my Black Laws? It's somewhere. Well, I can't find it at the moment, but actually, let me just look up Black Laws. Black Law directed verdict, because this one gives me state stuff, and I'd like Black Laws because Black Laws dictionary directed verdict is more in line with everything. So a directed verdict is by jury based on specific direction by trial judge. They must bring in a verdict because one of the parties has not provided his or her its case as a matter of law. So I have a funny feeling they're going to, because and the only reason I say that is because the judge, the judge said it this morning. Like I wasn't even, yeah. Hey, if you're going to be here, you might as well learn something. I mean, that's really why we're watching this trial anyways. I mean, I would have watched it one way or another, but to be honest with you, I thought it was great learning for the audience, because you guys see what we do when these cases are going on. But this is kind of the stuff that happens after the case, after, you know, we stop searching for the people or we stop doing this and that, you know, whatever it may be. And so it's just basically, I was going to say it's just basically summary judgment, but you guys probably didn't know what summary judgment was. So it's just basically that the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. It could go the other way too. The defense has put enough doubt in the minds. They could have got, you know, they could get that type of verdict as well. But this stuff here, I mean, I'm relishing in how the defense is going to because we don't really like the defense. Like they've been really nasty and rude, and you know, just I don't know. It's, you know, I just feel like you don't have to be like that. But you know what? I didn't deal with a whole lot of the arguments in court with the criminal cases. So, yeah, you know, it's just, but I've never seen attorneys around here, around my county, be really, really nasty. And it just seems like they were really, really nasty. Most of the people, now, I shouldn't say that. No, Mark Lipinski, he'll get down in the gutter. That's what made him one of the best attorneys in this town. God rest his soul. But it's crazy here, you know. It really is. But I just think the evidence that was put on today, I really just believe that it in my mind showed there was nobody else around them. Alex Murdaugh, let's just go through some of the stuff. Let's go through some of the stuff. I was taking notes. So, you know, this is the issue. Is Alex Murdaugh told police he hadn't seen him. He hadn't been down at the kennels all day long. We find 2 videos where the very first video. Let's talk about the first video. Hold on. Okay. The first video, I call it the limp tree. Okay. I don't know what else to call it. So I'm calling it the limp tree, okay? So the limp tree, it was at 7:39 p.m. He was down there at the kennels. So this is, you know, about 2.5 hours before he calls the police to tell him his wife and son were deceased, okay? The kennel video was at 8:47. Okay, that means he was there at 8:47. Let's keep talking about this. Paul's phone locked for forever at 8:49. 2 minutes from the kennel video where you heard Paul, Maggie, and Alex. You see an increase of step pace. Crazy, right? Crazy, because our phones are doing so much that we don't even know about. Look at all this. Like, they had steps. Pretty soon the phones are probably going to tell them steps in what direction. They will probably be able to literally, in just a few years, which is scary as hell, be able to literally, like the OnStar data, where they give the coordinates and everything like that, that's going to be on our phones soon. Mark my words. Mark my words. I don't want to freak anybody out, but it's coming. It's coming. You're going to be able to have all those little points, you know, with your phone. And if you have your Google Maps on, it probably already is doing that. Because I tell you what, I can go in my history and it'll show me exactly where I was all week long. You go into Google, go into like the settings area, and they have a history or a timeline, I think is what they now call it. It used to say history on, I believe, maybe I'm wrong about that, but timeline. And they can show you where you've been all week. I accidentally stumbled into it. I'm like, what is this? Because what confused the heck out of me is because me and my ex-husband, we were assigned on the same account because I would answer that office phones, which was Google Voice number. You know what I'm saying? So it was all those things, but it was crazy because the pings were all over the place when we did that. And I just happened to stumble across it. And then I'm like, oh, okay. And so I started using that and showing, like taking pictures and stuff like that and sending it to my husband to show him where he had to go. But that was, so we have one video at 7:39, one at 8:47, 8:47 being only about an hour and 13 minutes before he called law enforcement to report his son and wife's death. But yet the first responders, he told them that he hadn't been down at the kennels all day. 2 videos from Paul's phone. The other thing that I thought was very interesting. Oh, I know what it was. A few of you, maybe it was just one, maybe it was a few of you, were asking, saying that they were confused, that they didn't know at what time Alex showered. Here it is. I'll tell you what time. So we can assume, because of Alex's travels, that he was heading back to the house. When was he heading back? I know I got it written down here. Hold on. Sorry, I got like literally numbers all over. Like I'm just putting stuff everywhere. I got to hunt for it. So just bear with me. But he was group text at 9:49, locked forever. Paul, and then it wasn't turned on until the 10:34. Oh, that's another thing I'm going to talk about as well. So nobody received last time his phone on kennel video. A couple of messages to Megan at 8:48. Boom, everybody's phones stop right at 8:49 and change at night. And I can't find the specific. I have to go back and listen. I don't know why. I thought I wrote it down. When it showed Alex's car leaving the kennels and going back to the house. And it was something like, it was before 9 p.m. It was before 9 p.m. But the data on his OnStar doesn't show him leaving the property until 9:22 p.m. So he has approximately 23 or so minutes from the time he arrives back at the house, 20 to 23 minutes, just to give, you know, to be conservative here, because I didn't pay attention to the time, about 20 minutes to get showered, changed, and evidence and stuff bagged up, you know, the guns taken, you know, loaded up and stuff like that. He had approximately 20 minutes to do just that, which is a lot longer than it took to kill his wife and son. So that would have been the area that I would assume would have been the time. So it sounds like he cleaned himself before he ever even left the property. He had plenty of time to do that. I can tell you on a good day, I do not spend 20 minutes in a shower. Okay. I I mean, I should say on a bad day, I don't spend more than 20 minutes in the shower, right? I usually get in, I wash from the top down, do the hair, face, I get in and get out, even with shaving. I mean, to be honest with you, even with shaving, I don't even know if it takes me, well, maybe we'll cut close to 20 minutes if I have to shave, right? But men don't shave like that. So I guess I don't need to equate that. I just thought about that. Sorry, guys. So there you have it. That's kind of what I'm hearing with all this. A lot of information. Let me just go through my notes here. So it looks like everything really happened right around that 8:49, 8:53 mark is when, crap hit the fan there and this happened. It also shows him slowing down slightly and speeding up slightly right at the spot Maggie's phone was dumped. That was it. I mean, that was it. He had possession of that phone. It shows him slowing down. It shows him speeding up. It doesn't matter if it 1, 2, 3 miles an hour, but why right at that spot? Why would you need to slow down and speed up right at that spot? So that shows me he was in and around Paul and Maggie at the time of their death. No activity was done on their phone, and they show that the backlight went off as it's going down the road with Alex, as Alex is trying to call her prior to him dumping that phone on the side of the road. That to me is pretty solid. This is the thing I want to say that seals the deal for me. He arrives at the house. I know I've got this here. I wrote it down. I know I wrote it down. Sure, I wrote it on a different piece of paper. Rogan calls, so we're getting here. M phone. Dad burn it. Oh, I know what it was. 911 call. That's it. The 911 call. He is showed pulling in to the kennel area at 10. Oh, here it is. I've got it right here. 10:05:57 is when his OnStar shows him pulling in to the kennel area. Within 20 seconds, he calls 911 to report both his wife and his son dead. He stated later that he checked them, he checked their pulse, tried to turn Paul over. So much so that his phone popped out of his back of his pocket. However, would you know that it wasn't until 10:18 that the backlight shows coming on, meaning that after his 911 call ended, which his 911 call ended at 10:17, a minute and 8 seconds later, he's reaching into the back pocket of his son to check his phone after the 911 call ended. After the 911 call, after he was so terrified, he had to go to the house, get the gun. Guys, you have no idea how damaging this information is. None. This forensic data is almost the new DNA for solving crimes. So everything I'm stating here is in the trial record, and everything we've been hearing about all these times. Every time I heard a time that I knew was crucial, I tried to write it down. The one that I missed, and it's probably on here because I've got like literally 100 different numbers here, is the time that Paul arrived, or excuse me, Alex went from the kennels, from that 8:49 marker where we believe everything kind of transpired, where they died, they got killed, him going back to the house. That was the number I forgot, because we definitely know at 9:22:39 he was pulling out of his pulling away from his home. So from that 8:49, 8:50 something area to 9:22 is cleanup mode. It took him longer to clean up than it did to gun down his wife and son. So that is what that data was telling us. This was pretty, and not only that, but the fact that they were making it a point to show how responsive Paul is. Paul was very responsive to everybody all day long. And then boom, 8:49, nothing, no communication, no responses to text, no answering of the phone. We know by 8:49, Paul was most likely already dead. That is what this evidence told us. Almost to the minute of when Paul and Maggie died. It also showed the only other person in and around them was Alex Murdaugh. And moreover, showed Alex Murdaugh lied to law enforcement over and over and over and over again about this one specific case. Not even about, I mean, if we wanted to bring in the roadside shooting and the financial crimes and possibly Stephen Smith and, Gloria Satterfield, I mean, that would even compound the how many more lies and lies on top of lies. And it's just everything. He lied about everything. And when stuff got tough, he started crying and being apologetic. This is why law enforcement has him in that hot seat and not somebody else. Because I'm sure, as you heard, he kept wanting to blame it on somebody with the boat accident, somebody with the boat accident, somebody with the boat accident, somebody with the boat accident. We hear testimony from his sister-in-law saying all he said is he wanted to clear Paul's name. And I thought that was odd. Why do you think that was odd? The attorney asked her, and she said, because I would think he would want to know who killed his wife and son before he gave a damn about the boat. I mean, paraphrasing here. So this, again, minutes before, 8:47, Alec is heard in the kennel video. By 8:49, neither Maggie's phone nor Paul's phone were ever in service again. 2 minutes. Over 20 minutes from the time he left the kennels and got home to the time he left his home to go to Alameda. And guess what? Guess what, folks? No time for that nap he said he had. Did you guys forget about that? He slept on the couch for 20 or 30 minutes. Got up. Got dressed and went to Alameda. How is that possible when he's out at the kennels at 8:47? He's done. This guy's cooked. So I don't know. I mean, we didn't get a photo with him having a gun in his hand while he's executing his son and wife, but this is pretty damn close. This is evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. We got to see stuff of the attorneys badgering the witness, right? We got to see how feisty attorneys can get in the courtroom. And it was pretty intense. I mean, that agent was not budging. He was not going to say what that defense attorney wanted him to say, come hell or high water. He didn't care. He would argue with that defense attorney all day. You ain't going to get me to say what you want me to say about the medical records. We all know they wouldn't share me the medical records. Why am I going to ask them for the medical records? We had to subpoena the medical records. We had to have a written subpoena to get them. How the hell am I going to know he was on all these, substances and stuff like that? That's why, because the problem is that attorney knew that. Harpootlian knows the HIPAA laws. He knows. He knew that guy wouldn't have been able to answer that. He knew that. But he wanted him to say it. He wanted him to say it. And so it became a back and forth. And finally, the judge ruled that the expert or the witness is more than welcome to answer the way he sees fit. And even got chastised by the judge a little bit. He kept trying to put October 16th. He was trying to allege that Alex Murdaugh would have no way to manipulate or mess with anything because he has been in jail since October 16th. And he insisted on getting that into the record for the jury to hear. And it was inappropriate because we all know a man at his caliber, with his power, his money, his name, you can do a lot from behind jail. We all know it. Phone call to one of his brothers probably was all he would have needed to do. Because don't you know, the Murdaugh family sticks together. I mean, hell, he was able to have friends. He was able to have friends for years, decades, that didn't even know the substance abuse problems he was having, that the family kept those so much under wrap that his own best friend of decades knew nothing, like literally nothing. I don't know how they're going to overcome this, but this is going to be an interesting cross-examination from the defense. And they're probably going to try to shame this guy. They're probably going to try to make him look like crap in front of the jury, so the jury has a bad view of him. But you know what? So far, they've been trying to do that. And quite frankly, it's only made them look bad in my eyes. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I have to think if the majority of us feel that way about it, the majority of the people out there in the jury, in the audience, and across this country that are watching this trial have to feel kind of similar to that. What else did we have here? We have Paul talked to his friend, actually spoke to somebody. The last time I think he actually spoke to a human being was between 8:23 and 8:30. Oh, the time he arrived. I do have it. Look at that. I did have that. But I did want to get the time that he went from the house over. Oh, we do have that. So listen to this. I forgot. I just got it back. I'm like, I wanted to know this number. I know I wrote it down somewhere, but I didn't, right? So I do have the number. So he arrived at Moselle at 10 o'clock, almost on the dot, 10 o'clock. So he went up to the main house. He was at the main house for like, I know what it was. It was from when left. That's the number I didn't get. The steps from the kennel to the house before he left to Alameda. That's the number I didn't get. But anyways, 5 minutes. He got home. He arrived at the house at 10 o'clock. He had to have done something because he didn't even go down to the kennels until like, I think at 10:04 and change. It took him less than a minute to get to the kennels from the house, or right about a minute to get from the house to the kennels. And he arrived at the kennels at 10:05:57, and the 911 call is literally 10:06:14, and that call ended at 10:17, and the black backlight on Paul's phone turns on from 10:18:08 to 10:18:20, approximately 12 seconds. 12 seconds. That would have been when Alec picked up his phone. His phone had no activity, absolutely no activity, locked forever from 8:49:31 until the backlight turned on at 8:18:08 or 10:18:08 to 10:18:20, that 12 seconds. That means he removed the phone from Paul's back pocket after, and the reason why I said removed, because I don't think he tried to roll him over. I don't think he tried to take his pulse, because he said he did that before he called 911. Clearly, there is no way for him to try to turn a body over, check the pulse, hell, even get out of his truck in 20 seconds to walk over to his son. He called literally 911 immediately after arriving at the kennels. Immediately. Within 20 seconds. No time to check pulses. Remember, Maggie and Paul were a distance away. There's no way he could have done everything he said he did. And then we find out that the phone wasn't moved to turn the backlight on until 1 minute and 8 seconds after he ended his call with 911. He checked his phone after he got off the phone with 911. None of his story. This literally blew his entire story out of the water. It did. Blew the entire thing out of the water. And he, you know what? They panned the camera over to him as they were saying this, and that look on his face with that smirk, like he knew at that moment, that smirk he gave, which was not a smirk like, you know, it was the F you smirk. That was the smirk he gave. Like, how dare you, F you. You know, that was the smirk he gave. And he's toast. He's freaking toast. But anyways, I know you guys are going to get hungry. It's already 1:38. Let's plan on being back here at 2 o'clock. And they should be starting at, I think, 2:24, probably 2:30 will be on the safe bet. And I'll try to find some videos. We'll go back to that roadside. Actually, you know what? Let's finish that when we come back. That's what we'll do, because we still have the tape we were listening to this morning that we had to stop because this started. So let's be back here at 2. We will go through that call, because my mom believes she heard them say, and you're sure Curtis Eddie Smith it had nothing to do with Moselle. And he said, yes, absolutely, or something to that effect. So we've been trying to find that spot in there, because how would you know? Right? How would you know if he had anything to do with it if you weren't there? So I'm working on that. So we'll actually play it, since we have a lot more people than we did this morning in here. When we come back from lunch at 2 o'clock, we'll play it in its entirety so we can hear it from start to finish, because some of you guys may have already forgotten what was said this morning. So we'll see you guys back here at 2. Enjoy your lunch, grab your beverage, and we'll discuss this case. But from where I'm sitting, that testimony just tore Alex's statements to shreds, literally to shreds. And I don't know how the defense is going to handle it. So if you guys have not had a chance to like this video, please consider doing so. I'll see you at 2. I laid down for just a second. I've been up since like, I don't know, 3 or 4 o'clock this morning. And I swear it felt like it went like this. And I looked up and it was like 2 o'clock. And I'm like, oh my God, or 2:07. I'm like, oh my gosh, I told him I'd be back on at 2. So I'm sorry about that. So we're going to get back to, I kind of got off of the YouTube on the phone because I wanted to hear, I forgot all about me having this on for later from yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, from yesterday. Okay, here it is. So let's just go rewind back. Let me just go.
So, how long have you known Curtis Smith?
Oh, here, let me get back. So we're going to just hear it from the beginning. And this is the, we're looking for something very particular closer to the end of him saying that Curtis, Eddie Smith had nothing to do with Moselle. But that's what my mom believes she heard. We're not 100% sure. So we're just reviewing the information from yesterday. It should be starting here shortly. Can you guys hear that okay? Oh, let me.
No, should not. We're on a telephone conference.
And just another quick thing, and I'll be addressing this tomorrow as well, is for whatever reason, there's been several people that come here quite often that have been blocked for one reason or another. I didn't know it. Several people have reached out to me and they were blocked. So I just want to for my mods, I don't think my mods are doing anything, but we're just going to have to be on the lookout, to see if anybody's doing anything unbeknownst to us or anything like that. I removed, and I hate doing it, but I removed the creators. I forgot I had so many creators as mods. So I've removed every creator from the channel. Hopefully that fixes the issue. And not that I think any creator has done anything, but because of this, I just figured an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's not like a whole bunch of creators come in here except for Justice for All. He still has his wrench. I trust him with my life. So everybody else I've removed, except my mods. My mods I haven't touched. So just FYI, I don't know if anything's going on, but I figured like I said, an ounce of prevention. So let me get this back on.
Interview of Alex Murdaugh, 9/13/21.
What's that?
It's in Jomar Albayalde.
Was he present with you after this interview?
Yes, he was. Hey, Jim, this is Ryan Kelly and Jomar Albayalde with SLED. How are you?
Hey, Brian and Joe.
Yes.
We're in an office over here in Atlanta with Alex and Dick, and I'm sitting with the phone here with I don't know if you guys. Well, let me start, Brian. First of all, we only have about 30 to 40 minutes before we have to get out of here.
Okay. No problem, sir. Sorry about that. You caught me. I was halfway to Somerville, so I had to turn around and get into a place for.
And I'm sorry, but we were waiting to get in here to see Alex, and once we got in here, we had to have a long discussion.
Okay.
It's official. I'd like to walk him through some questions, which will then allow you to question him, but give you some sort of rather than just sort of wandering around.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, before we get started, can we just have, for the purpose of our notes, obviously we prefer not to do telephone interviews. This is how y'all requested, so obviously, we don't really have a choice. But we just I'm going to need Alex to identify himself, on the call. And basically what we do is I'm going to ask him his date of birth and the last 4 of his social.
Okay, go ahead.
Alex, just go. Alex, can you give me your full name?
Okay, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Okay, and what's your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 27th, 1968.
Last 4 of your social.
7483.
Okay. And I understand, obviously this is a unique situation conducting this interview over the phone. We need to, obviously you've been receiving some treatment. So just for the overall, sake of your competency to be giving us information, are you right now, sound body and sound mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you talking to us willingly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Dick. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let me take the record. His attorney, Jim Griffin and Dick Hartley, here. We've spent the last hour talking to him. We believe that he is a sound mind and body, and that he understands, and that he is no way diminished capacity.
Okay.
We're perfectly confident to answer these questions. Now, we're willing to, we've advised that we're going to talk about the shooting incident a week ago Saturday, where he was shot in the head, and how that happened, and why it was done.
Okay.
We don't want to talk about what happened in Moselle, and we don't want to talk about anything involving finances at the law firm. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, Alex, let's talk about last Saturday morning, and let me go through this briefly. Did you meet with and talk to last Saturday morning?
I met with Jim Griffin and T. Jesse.
And then what?
I drove to Canton and I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's house.
Okay. And you and Chris were talking about what?
About everything I had done.
Okay, everything you had done concerning finances.
Finances, bills, lies.
Okay. Now, were you taking, well, first of all, let me back up for just a second. Have you had a long-standing Oxycontin or opioid addiction issue?
Yes, sir.
How many years?
The best I can remember, around 20 years, 18 to 20 years.
Okay. Now, on this particular day, on this Saturday, were you taking the Oxycontin or taking any opioids?
I had taken some, but, I was taking, I'd given it all that I had someone else, and I'd taken some at like 4 a.m., so I was having some withdrawals.
Okay. And the previous day, the news had come out about your embezzling or taking client money or law firm money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your state of mind at that time?
I was in a very bad place.
What does that mean?
I thought it would be better for me not to be here anymore.
What do you mean by not be here anymore?
I thought that it would make it easier on my family for me to be dead.
And easier with some financial gain to your family if you were dead?
I have a fair amount of life insurance debt.
How much?
Now off the top of my head, like $10 million, $12 million.
Okay. And so you decided to end your life?
That's correct.
And tell these SLED agents how you went about arranging that.
I called Curtis Eddie Smith on the telephone.
Okay, now let's stop for a second. Who is Curtis Eddie Smith?
Curtis Eddie Smith is the primary person who I purchased pills from for years.
And some weeks you would give him how much money for pills?
I mean, it didn't be in my records, but we had weeks where there would be $50,000, $60,000
that you would give him for pills.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've known him for how long?
Years.
So, did you call him that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
That day? About what time?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I asked him to.
Was it after you met with Jim Griffin?
It was after I met with Jim Griffin.
You met with Chris Wilson?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you called him, what did you ask him?
I asked him to meet me.
Did he meet you?
He did.
Where did he meet you?
He met me out not too far from my mom's house.
Where?
He was on the side of the road. I think at the funeral home.
Okay. And did y'all talk?
Not there. He followed me into town.
It's my air conditioning. Like it gets too warm in here, like when it shuts off, but the vent's wide open. So when it's on, it blows right on me. So it's a little chilly. So I like it staying a certain temperature, but when yeah.
And I asked him to shoot me.
You asked him to shoot you.
That's correct.
What was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
Did you tell him where you wanted him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Where did you tell him you wanted him to shoot you?
In the head.
And did you tell him how you were going to arrange that? What was going to be the logistics of that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I told him to follow me out, and then I would make a flat tire, and he would go past me and turn around and come back and do it.
And did he follow you out?
He did.
Now, where did he get the gun?
I gave it to him.
Where did you give it to him?
We stopped somewhere on Stalker Theory Road, I believe.
Did y'all have a discussion there, or did you just give him the gun?
We didn't have much discussion.
When you say much, was there any discussion?
I'm not sure.
God bless you.
I was worried about cars coming, and so it was a very fast thing.
You gave him what kind of weapon did you give him?
Revolver pistol. I was worried about cars coming, and so it was a very fast thing.
You gave him what kind of weapon did you give him?
Revolver pistol.
What caliber?
38.
Okay, and that was your gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so he followed you out to where?
Stalker Theory Road.
Okay, and did you pull off the road?
Yes, sir.
And he pulled off the road, what did you do?
I stopped. Made my tire flat.
How'd you make your tire flat?
With a knife.
Whose knife?
Mine.
What did you do with the knife after you made your tire flat?
Threw it.
Which tire?
Back driver's side.
Back driver's side. You threw it where?
Across the road.
Across the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, was there woods over there, a ditch, or
just some grass, like thick grass.
Okay. And after you did that, he passed you. Or did he pass you as you're doing that?
I think that he had already passed me and was in front of me and went down the road, turned around and come back.
Now, when he was coming back, you gave him a pistol. What was your intent?
For him to kill me.
Okay. And when he came back, did he stop? Did he pull up? Do you know?
He did.
And when he pulled up, did you look at his face?
I don't think so.
So what happened next?
Pretty interesting.
Stood close to his car.
And
he shot me.
Where did he shoot you?
He missed and hit me in the very back of the head.
Okay. And as a result of being hit in the back of the head, did that have any physical effect on you?
It did.
What happened?
I lost my vision for a little bit. I'm not sure if it knocked me to the ground or not, but I was disoriented, and it took me like a minute and a half, 2 minutes for my sight to come back.
And do you remember him driving off? Did you hear him drive off?
I'm not sure.
Okay, now after you came to your senses, did your vision come back?
It came back.
Okay, and what's the first time you remember somebody else being there?
I remember there were 2 cars that came, and one of them did a stop, and one of them did stop.
And the one that stopped, what did they do?
They tried to help me.
In what way?
In getting me to in every way that first we got in. They were crowded in their car. There was some reason why
The white
their
Murdaugh.
car was crowded, and I'm not sure what that was. But so the young lady got in my car and was going to drive me to the hospital, and I just wasn't thinking about the flat tire. And so we got to get out of that, and then they worked it out somehow for me to be able to get in their car in the front passenger seat.
Okay, so you got the front passenger seat. Where did they take you?
To meet the ambulance.
Now, do you mind not, did you call 911?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them somebody shot you?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, that's right.
At my request.
So, your intent was to have him kill you so you could collect your life insurance, right?
So my son could.
gentleman that shot you, give me his name again? Curtis Smith. What kind of vehicle was he driving? Gray truck. Okay, and it's probably not relevant, but I'm intrigued by the fact, how long was it, have you ever discussed with him before killing you? Oh, you committed suicide? No, sir. How long did it transpire between the time you asked him to shoot you in the head on the side of the road and he actually shot you in the head on the side of the road? When I first asked him, we were at the Sunoco station in Farmville. How long after that did he actually shoot you in the head? However long it takes to drive from there to Talkatchee Road. More than half an hour? I don't think so. Did he ever ask you to reconsider or say, no, things aren't that bad? Did he ever, try to convince you to do otherwise? No, sir. You find that strange?
I find it strange.
I didn't, I was focused on what? Being gone. So that's all the questions I have, but I tried to lay it out as expeditiously as possible, but he'll be happy to answer any other questions, any additional questions. Again, okay. Great interviewers, so y'all have at it. We've got about another 20 minutes. Okay, thank you, sir. Hey, let me ask you this, y'all recording this, aren't you?
So Dick, in this interview that law enforcement wanted him to make a statement, Dick is the one that interviewed him. And then he's like, oh, by the way, I'll let you ask him some additional questions. Well, my question is at this point, he wasn't being charged with his son and wife. So at what point did he hire Dick and James Griffin to represent him in criminal charges, unless he hired him specifically for the spoiled plot and he was representing him for this, and he's like, oh, well, by the way, I'm getting charged with a couple murders, can you represent me over there too? I'm a little rusty on the timeline here. Hold on. All right, let's get back to it.
Yes, sir, we are. Okay, good. Yeah. So, Alex, how long have you known Curtis Smith?
Ryan, Officer Kelly, before we start, I just want to tell you, I apologize to you for lying. You in the hospital. I was in a very bad place.
No, so we understand. And I do appreciate you, helping us figure this out now. So that's in the past. So let's just focus on what we're doing now. How long have you known Curtis?
I've known him for years. I represented him. He knew my dad somehow for playing softball, and he came to my dad with a lawsuit, and I handled that case. So I would guess 10, 12.
Okay.
Years ago.
How often would y'all talk on the phone?
Very frequently.
Okay. And what would y'all talk about?
Getting pills.
Okay. And you would pay him money to get you pills, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you pay him?
Frequently.
Okay. Well, I mean, once a week, twice a week?
It would vary sometimes, but it was several times a week.
How would you pay him?
In cash, and mostly in checks, but in some cash too.
Okay. And what accounts would those checks come from?
The vast majority of them would come from the Bank of America account, but there would also be some funds that would come from the Palmetto State account.
And whose accounts are those?
Mine. The Bank of America accounts are in my name, and then there's another account there that I created that's a
DBA and then your checking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the DBA?
Forge. Forge.
Thank you. Okay, and then Palmetto is your is the other checking account?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who was he?
Yep, Miss.
So you were paying him the money. Do you know who he was getting the drugs from?
No, sir.
No? What did he tell you where he's getting?
Oh, well, I was told that he got them from a black guy in Walterboro, and I was told that he had some connection in Buford, but I never.
Did he give you a name?
No, sir. I never saw those guys. I never dealt with those guys. So I don't know. That's what he told me.
Would you ever give anybody else money for drugs?
Yes, sir.
Who else did you give money?
I had given Kenny Hughes money.
Who's Kenny Hughes?
He's a guy that I called up and asked him if he knew anybody that he could buy pills from.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him I had a client that had issues and couldn't get them medically, and that, you know, and I would pay him as well, but I called him up and asked him to do it.
All right, how much money do you think you gave him?
I had no idea.
Okay, did you write him a check or pay him cash?
Shoot.
Okay.
All right, guys, we'll postpone it until the next break. Sorry about that. We had a too much time, but I have a pretty cool. We're gonna have to break at least around 3:30ish, or maybe they might break for the day. And if they break for the day, we'll pick that up. So stay tuned.
You bring the jury. Bring the jury, please.
You're welcome, guys. Thank you, Cranky Pants. God bless you.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. Cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
Please, the court.
This should be interesting. Cross-examining this damaging.
Good afternoon, Agent Rudowski. Did I say that right?
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Let's start first with the GM data that recently came in. I think that may have made things a little more clear, right? We don't really need to look at a lot of those cell phone tower plots now that we have the exact position of the car, do we?
I agree. Yeah, the GM data is pretty clear.
Don't really. At first, you did an analysis of driving to and from the office in Hampton in the middle of the day. Not too interested in that, but let's skip to the drive from Moselle to Alameda.
Okay.
How long was that drive? How long did it take him from start to
So
finish?
I'd have to look back to drive. So you're referring to the 9:06 time?
Yes, sir.
So looks like 9:07. To 9:22, so about 15 minutes.
And do you need, is it more like 16 minutes? Do you need
16
a
minutes,
pen and
yeah.
paper, 16 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, and coming back, how long was it?
$9:43. About 18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Approximately.
So the top speed and the way back we saw was a little faster, but it actually took a little longer to make the return trip. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you're referring to the same drive to Alameda and back?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Are you aware that Senior Special Agent David Owen did a test drive from Alameda to Moselle on January 3rd of this year?
That's correct. I was in the passenger seat of that.
And how long did that take?
I would have to see the data. I don't remember.
You don't have that? You don't know if it was 17 minutes and 35 seconds?
If I was presented with something, it could be, but I do not have that number in front of me.
If it were that, it would be right in between those two times that we just saw for Mr. Murdaugh going back and forth, would it not?
It could, but there was different variables at the time.
I made a mistake on
It was
time.
during the
too.
day, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
So on this way back, there's that little 80-mile-an-hour spurt. How long did that go on?
I am unsure of that. It's just the data point is plotted. It doesn't give it just gives you a timestamp. It doesn't say for how long.
In your experience, I think you talked earlier that you would respond to calls in a marked car with blue lights.
Not a marked car, but an unmarked car with blue lights. Yep.
Is it extremely unusual for someone who's on a straightaway in a rural road at night to give it some gas on a little burst?
A little bit of gas, but when it's 55 and you have deer and other environmental factors that play in.
Yes, but it's not that unusual, is it, for someone to give it a little gas on a straightaway in a rural road?
It depends on what a little gas is.
But the overall speed that he went to get from where he was going, coming from to where he's going to, as far as you know, is in line with the test drive that you were in the passenger seat for?
If that is correct, what you mentioned, yes.
It's like right in between those two, actually.
Like I said, I don't have that test drive data in front of me, but
He was also probably driving.
Let's move on then to when he drove past that point where Maggie's cell phone was later recovered. And I think that may start on slide 23.
23.
Actually, if you go back one slide. Right. So we're in slide 22, sorry.
22. Okay.
So he's going 37.2 miles an hour here.
That's correct.
And next slide. Now he's still approaching it at 42, so he's accelerating gently. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Next slide. Looks like he is just past it, going slightly faster than he was on the previous slide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next slide. He's continuing to, now he's a good bit down the road there at 45, but is it fair to say he's continuing a fairly gentle acceleration?
I would say so, yes.
So what we saw as he passed it, he did not slow down and speed up as he went past that point. He continued his same gentle acceleration.
Per the data, yes.
And we won't go through it, but if we went down later to when it goes down to the bottom of the screen, it would show that he slowed down slightly, corresponding when he sent that text, go to see him, be right back. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
at the same spot Maggie's phone was
I'm
done.
going to now just skip with this data all the way to when he approaches the kennel coming from the house right before he calls 911.
Okay.
The direction he is driving as he comes right before he parks, would he be illuminating the bodies of Maggie and Paul?
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but per the aerial, it would be coming around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Would the illumination, is it going back towards that space between the barn and the kennels where Paul's body was out?
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction, it just says that's
but if it moved from point A to point B, being a car, it would have to be in
but
that
where
direction.
where it final rests, I don't know which direction it's
But
pointing.
as it's moving,
yes, you would think it would go
right.
that
So
direction.
the headlights certainly on Maggie. It would appear from the plot maybe on Paul as well. And does he park near Maggie's body?
I do not know where he parked the first time because all we have is when the deputies arrived the second time. So
on your plot.
On the plot here.
When he comes the first time before the 911 call, where does his vehicle stop in relation to Maggie's body?
It stops before it.
How close is it?
I do not have a
descriptive. Is it very close? Is it pretty much right there?
I wouldn't say it's right on top of it, but it's
very close
in the area.
So as he's pulling up to the scene, he can certainly see one, if not both, bodies on the ground, and he stops right next to Maggie. Is that fair?
I'm just looking at the data provided. I was not there on scene.
The data provided is the location of the car and the location of the body.
But I don't know what he would have saw or what the car would have saw at that time.
You don't know what would be directly in front of his car as it was moving from point to point to point?
I was not out there.
You don't know which direction the car would be pointing as it moved?
We know which direction the car would be pointing, but what he saw or what the final resting place of the car is.
Is the car's headlights pointing at the bodies as he's pulling up?
I cannot give a definitive answer on that because I was not there. And the data I have.
I'm asking from the data.
The data does not say.
To finish his answer. You must give the witness an opportunity to respond fully. You may proceed.
There is no data that says that the headlights were pointing a specific direction or at a specific object. So I cannot answer that.
When you say there's no data saying the headlights are pointing a specific direction, were they not pointed along the line that would connect the last two data points before the car stops and goes in the park?
For the drive, but it does not show. I mean, it could be at an angle. It's such it's a little dot, but does not show a vehicle in its exact position of it. So I cannot answer that.
Right, and we're not talking about the dot. We're talking about a line connecting two dots.
Okay, but
and
you
a
were
car
asking
moving
about the
along
dot.
that line. The headlines would be pointed down the line, correct?
Objections overruled.
Ask your question again.
We're talking not about a point, but about a line and a car moving down a line. As it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed in the same direction down that line?
I would assume.
So he arrives at the scene, gets out, presumably he goes in the park, and then 20 seconds later, first dials 911. Is that your testimony?
Yep.
So pulling up on the scene, body's in his headlight, presumably knows something's horribly wrong, gets out 20 seconds to the first call to 911. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which was actually misdialed 9111, and he had to redial it a second time, which was at 18 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So he had 20 seconds, and I think there's maybe an implication, or that's not enough time.
Objection is sustained to the comment of counsel.
Sir, may I approach? Is this timer set for 20 seconds?
It is.
Okay. When I say so, would you please press the start button?
Okay.
Now. That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
Per your phone, yes.
You don't dispute the phone
I do not.
accuracy, do you? If the person getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something was horribly wrong, do you believe that that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
I'm here to testify on this data, not the hypothetical. I think you're asking the wrong person on that.
Fair enough. We'll move on. Okay, I'm going to turn to your condensed timeline, which I think is State's Exhibit 519.
We did get some times wrong, y'all, so we'll go back and review the timeline.
I ask you to
again.
turn to page 21.
He did say he saw Paul.
Okay.
And towards the bottom, 9:06 and 20 seconds, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone sideways orientation.
That is correct.
And meaning that her phone at that time went to a sideways orientation?
So between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, from the phone experts, that it started at 9:06:12 and it ended at 9:06:20.
Okay.
Those two orientations.
I'll ask it this way. Okay. A second later, what would be the orientation of her phone?
From a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes. At 9:06:21.
I do not know.
Well, then what does this entry mean? If it doesn't mean that it...
There's nothing that says 9:06:21 on here.
Right. So what happened at 9:06 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to sideways.
And until...
In those, between the,
sorry.
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, is that is what it's showing. That's why we have the little purple on the right-hand side to show that it's connected. It's all one big sequence. Per our phone experts that have previously testified.
So it would remain in portrait until remain in the landscape orientation until the next change?
I am unsure that. I'm not a phone expert. So I am unsure of that. I was given this data and this is how it was relayed to me and this is how I have put it in this timeline.
Okay. So if you were to go to page 19, please.
Okay.
And the very last entry there, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone vertical orientation.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
So this was all given to me from different, data sources. So how I read this is that the phone has turned to a vertical orientation. So I guess
has turned to a vertical orientation, and
because we have a sideways orientation and then we have a vertical orientation.
Okay. Just keep scanning down until you get to the next orientation change for Maggie Murdaugh's phone, please.
From page 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're just looking for the next orientation change.
I believe it's going to be that 9:06:12.
And what does that say?
Implements an orientation change to portrait.
But the previous change was to portrait, was it not?
It says vertical orientation.
So there's no intervening orientation change. It just goes to portrait and then changes to portrait again?
As I read the data, yes, that's correct. Like I said, I'm not a phone expert. I was given these different pieces to plot, and this is how they've been plotted.
When you're given these pieces to plot, do you ever notice if things don't seem to make sense or don't match with other data? Do you alert anyone?
So we have phone experts that review that. So they have reviewed the data And I do not know if that's something that they came across.
And you can't tell me with that last, or can you tell me this? The last orientation change here on page 21, is that the last change on her phone until the extraction at the SLED lab?
I'd have to go through and double check. Would you like me to do that?
You may.
Okay. You said orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
Exactly, Elaine.
Per this condensed timeline, you are correct. That'd be the last orientation change that I see noted.
I mean, that's the last one until the phone was downloaded?
I believe so.
You show State's Exhibit.
That would, now the thing is, this is just a timeline, so it could be in what's already in evidence from Lieutenant Britt Dove, but in this timeline, that's the only one showing.
Okay.
And for orientation changes, we were really only concerned for the day of,
right,
for this timeline.
Show what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit 38.
I agree, Sonia.
And go to the last page. This was previously admitted in evidence during the examination of Lieutenant Dove. It's a complete list of every orientation change recorded on her phone as of the extract. Is the last one listed, the very last one, the 906 orientation change?
The 906.22 on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. The 906, yep, the far bottom column.
Yes. We show State's Exhibit 278. This was also admitted in that examination. This is a photo taken in the SLED lab before the extract, actually 5 days before the extract. This phone is in portrait mode, is it not?
The way I read it, yes, that is portrait mode.
So that very last orientation change we saw was to portrait mode because there are no subsequent orientation changes.
I assume so, yes.
And not landscape as it says on this.
The thing is, before this picture was taken, you have to remind yourself that, you know, SLED got the phone, and then this photo was taken at a lab.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't know what happened. People, you know, it's been moving around, manipulated. I don't.
But we just looked at a complete list of all the orientation changes, did we not? It wasn't time limited to a particular day. It's everything on the phone.
Like I said, I did not produce that document, so I'm gonna have to go on your word on that.
Let me ask this before we kind of move on from this. It's been stated a few times in testimony, and I think you did as well, that you don't get an orientation change recorded when the screen is off. Is that correct?
That is my understanding from previous testimony.
Okay. So my screen is off. If I turn it, like to get an orientation change, and it's off, if I just stand here for a while, however long, an hour, and without moving the phone, turn the screen on, will there be an orientation change?
That is a technical question for an expert that we had up here yesterday. That I am not an expert, and I am not a phone expert. So
where I'm going with that is simply, you don't know yourself in preparing this timeline whether the orientation changes that you're putting on here correspond with movement of the phone at that moment.
I do not. I'm going off of data I was given from phone experts that gave me the data, and it's been put on this timeline.
I want to turn now to the timeline and really focus on the timeline for Maggie Murdaugh. And I'm going to skip, kind of close to the time that we're.
Are you still on the condensed or the full?
I'm going to be on the condensed the entire
Okay.
time. I'm not going to refer to the other one. And I want to start on page 17 with that group text that Maggie Murdaugh read that came in at 8:31, but she read it at 8:49:26.
Okay.
849. Remember that number. That's the last time Maggie's phone and Paul's phone were used.
And I guess the actual reading of that would be on page 19 for your reference. We'll start there.
On page 19, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
You have some screen off on times here, but you didn't put every time the screen went on and off, did you?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at what was given.
So you don't know if the screen of her screen went off at 8:49:28, came back on.
Everything should be on this document.
Okay. Did her screen go off at 8:49:28 and come back on at 8:53:08?
I have a screen on at 8:49:20.
And when did it go off?
Do not see it on here.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you know that whether the screen went off at 8:49:28 and came back on at 8:53:08?
I do not unless I have it on here.
And then she has steps that begin at 8:53:15. Is that correct?
For this document, yes.
When you were looking at the step data, did you look at the corresponding distance data that goes to the step data?
I was just provided the timestamp and then the steps.
Are you aware that the phone in the same database keeps distance data with the step data?
I have been made aware of that.
But you have not looked at any of that distance data?
I was told that it's not accurate, it's not reliable, the distance, so I did not focus in on that.
So would you think that it is possibly, well, just as an investigator, on your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up, but you had a bunch of time periods where Alec had steps at different times. Do you think there would be any relevance to whether the number of feet per step and all those different increments was extremely consistent?
Is there any relevance to it?
Would it maybe suggest the same person was walking?
Objections overruled.
I would have to, I didn't do the feet per step, so I'd have to see the data.
I understand that. And the
Yeah.
question is, would there be any relevance to an investigation to seeing that the feet per step were extremely consistent for disparate time periods of the same phone?
I said this was just a tool that we used. It could be. It just was not explored.
And if this time period, 8:53 with Maggie Murdaugh steps to 8:55:32, if the distance covered in that time were short, meaning she was moving particularly slowly, could that have any relevance?
It depends, but that distance is, we're told, is highly inaccurate, and everything is an estimate. So even the steps, that's we're told by the phone expert that's an estimate. That's not an exact number. The same, I would assume, for the distance.
So you don't think, you did not check to see if the speed at which Maggie Murdaugh was moving on that very last increment, the last time the phone says she was ever walking, there was no, how fast is she going? Is she running? Is she creeping? No one looked at that.
Objection, in fact, not in evidence.
Objections overruled.
I did not look at that. No, I cannot say for anyone else.
And the same question for Alex Murdaugh. Did anyone look for, I think you have, over 8 of these increments listed out, whether he was going particularly fast, unusually fast for him, unusually slow for him, the same speed he always goes. Did anyone look at that?
All we have here is the data that is on that sheet.
It shows he had increased steps during the times in question.
And you do have these steps per minute, but do you have any data suggesting that within, and I'll pick one just to make the question simpler, Alex Murdaugh's first, well, I'll pick an even easier one, entry number 30.
Okay.
Which is when he's at Alameda and then part of when he's leaving Alameda. Is that correct?
That is correct, based by the time.
And it says 60 steps over almost just a little short of 10 minutes.
I believe so. Yep.
So of course it's slightly more than 6 steps per minute, which would be a step every 10 seconds. So this time period is not saying that he's going that many steps per minute, right? It's saying he walked and then he didn't walk and he walked. Is that fair?
It's just giving us an analysis, a general overview of, our estimated steps that it gives us, and then estimated steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended. Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
Excuse me.
It's just another way to present the data.
So turning back to, I think we were on page 19.
Okay.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone is walking. Now we had from previous testimony an activation of the Siri user interface with the side button. Did you recall that from previous testimony?
I do not, but it could have been.
Okay, you don't recall previous testimony about that. We bring up Defense Exhibit 41. And there's a begin and end. It's all the same time there in the bottom couple rows. You can see 8:53:20.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this refreshes or if you recall, or if perhaps you know from experience that the Siri interface can be activated by squeezing and holding the right button on the phone. Do you know that?
I believe so. If you have it, activated to do that.
So the phone's walking. It's in somebody's hand. Now, this is something that's not in your timeline, but again, was certainly discussed with Lieutenant Dove. 8:54:32, the screen comes on, and a couple seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Okay. Now, that came up in testimony with both experts, and I believe, do you recall Lieutenant Dove said that it was possible to find out what caused that, but he had not himself looked to see.
That's correct.
And I believe investigator Grubb said he did not know why. Is that correct?
I believe so.
But it's knowable, according to the previous testimony?
That's correct.
But no one's checked to see?
To my knowledge, no.
And then after that, there's some orientation changes. And then finally, the screen goes off, I believe, for an more extended period of time at 8:55:36.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after this period, there's nothing else that happens with her phone other than missed calls and texts, except that final orientation change. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Now, does that fact that we aren't seeing anything after 8:55:36, does that mean that she was dead at 8:55:36?
Like I said, this is just data that I plotted.
So the answer is no?
I don't
It
know
does
that
not mean
answer.
that?
I have to go by the data here, and there's no activity.
Right.
You can take that however you want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky, if use of the phone ceases as time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first second no one's using the phone is normal. I mean, someone might easily go, even Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep going on, it gets a little more likely something's wrong, right? Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
But
So
you have it
it's
at
not, it's not an immediate thing that, well, the last you,
Wouldn't be able to finish the answer he started.
I apologize, Your Honor. I honestly thought he had finished.
I'm good. Go ahead.
So it wouldn't be fair to say that if the last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time that no one's using the phone, something's wrong, right?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on that.
Do you recall in previous testimony that Special Agent Owen said with regard to Almeida and I think a blue raincoat, that it would take, in his estimation, 5 to 10 minutes to dispose of evidence already wrapped up? From this, do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay.
I don't understand.
So to be consistent with the data you have here,
Other testimony.
well, let me ask this: how long with the test drives was to drive from the kennels to the main house?
I know we did various ones. I'd have to look at the data. We did at various speeds. It was very
minute,
short.
15 seconds?
That'd be a lot, I would say.
Oh, wow.
So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right? From 8, it got left at the house. It's not going anywhere since it was up the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
But it started showing activity again at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So from that 8:55:36 to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, it would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone. So the 8:55:36 is just when the backlight is off, but her phone locks forever at 8:49.
But it's moving around, right, at 8:53. You didn't look at the speed at which it's moving, but that could tell us something. There's a Siri activation. I'm just asking my question, Your Honor.
What's the question?
Her phone is moving around starting at 8:53, comma. There's a Siri activation near the start of that time, comma, and then there's a camera activation during this time and some orientation changes, and then it goes off. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know how fast the phone was moving during that period, but that is known, just no one has looked. Is that correct?
So everything is estimation with the phone. It does not track your exact, speed or distance or steps. It's all estimated. So an exact numbers is unknown.
And you have, I assume from your testimony, you don't know why someone would take Maggie's phone but not Paul's phone?
I would not know. I mean, I'm not there.
I mean,
I would not
given
know.
your job as a SLED
Mhm.
agent, I mean, would the fact that the camera was, the phone was in someone's hand and it was attempted to take a picture, would that be an inference you could draw? as
He
to
never
why
said
that
it
phone was
attempted to
taken?
take a picture, from what I heard, but you'd have to ask a technical expert on exactly what that camera function was for.
Well, you see, the thing is that the technical experts, they're not going to say either, are they? It's some investigator is going to have to make some inferences from the data. And the question is it a fair inference that if the camera's in somebody's hand and they're trying to take a picture, that might be why the killers take that phone and not the phone that's in somebody's pocket?
So the way
Your Honor.
What's the basis for the objection?
Argumentative.
The response by the defense. Any response?
Your Honor, I'm asking the investigator
What
whether
you're asking is response to the objection is argumentative.
Your Honor, I do not believe it's argumentative. I'm asking if an inference would be fair.
I overrule the objection.
So the inference I'm looking at it is that the camera was trying to identify a face to unlock, which it did not. So that is the inference that I would look at that instead of taking a photo from a layperson perspective.
Right, except that's not an inference an investigator would make, correct? A technical expert would go and see what triggered the camera activation and tell that to an investigator, correct?
I was not, but I am not the technical person.
And I think we covered in some previous questioning that the testimony has been that that's knowable, but no one has checked.
This guy is cross-examining.
Kind of switch over to Paul.
Okay.
And just to sort of summarize everything up, there doesn't seem to be any missed activity until the unread text message from Rogan at 8:49:35. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that his screen does not ever come on again until after the 911 call?
Is screen coming on?
Yes, sir.
I believe it dies shortly after at like 10:30.
Nope, that's wrong. We've been on at 10:18.
And I'm aware of the screen
Okay.
coming on after the 911 call, but I'm asking, did it come on at any time between this text from Rogan and those after 10 o'clock times?
Let me just double check. I show a display screen on at 10:20:08.
Okay, so the answer is no?
It does turn on. That's what you asked, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking if it turns on before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call. For the whole day?
Well, it would be about an hour and 10 minutes, but
I have it at 10:18:08, not 10:20:08. I got it 10:18:08 to 10:18:20. If the backlight comes on.
I'm not seeing a screen on before the 911 call. And that 9 to.
So
10
incoming
time
text
frame.
messages or calls, if they were received, did not cause the screen to come on.
That is correct.
Is it possible, and I understand this may be a question for a technical person, but is it possible that that's because the battery was at 2%?
Like I said, I would not know that answer.
Did anyone ask, hey, why isn't the screen coming on these notifications?
Unfortunately, I think it's hard to tell, with the experts, but that would be my assumption that it would be either low battery. Trying to conserve the battery because you don't want the light takes so much power. So I would assume that would be the answer.
So after whatever happened after 8:49, his phone is not prompting him. It's not lighting up when things come in.
I don't know if it's vibrating or whatnot, but according to the data here, it is it's not lighting up.
Now, I think the previous testimony was that whoever, if anyone saw his lock screen before the phone went dead, after the 911 call, would have seen the yo text. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
They would have also seen this 8:49 text, right?
The 8:49.
35.
Or
Or at least a notification that there were multiple texts, correct?
I would assume so. That's correct.
And there were at least 4 incoming calls from Rogan between 9:10 and 10:08. Is that correct?
I'm going to go off of your account.
9:10 and 28 seconds, 9:42 and 17 seconds. I think there's one at 9:57, one at 10:08.
Correct.
The one at 10:08, that would be during the 911 call, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be during the 911 call, before Alex Murdaugh leaves the scene to go up to the house and come back.
Based on the data, that's correct.
We don't actually know why the screen came on those two times, do we? At 9:10 and 18, and then 10, 18, and then 10:20.
We do not.
You know how long the screen stayed on those times?
I do not have that.
You don't know if it was 12 seconds? Okay. At the second one of those, the 10:20:08 screen on, doesn't the Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is what the
Was
phone.
this the start? I'm sorry. Let me just ask: is this the start? Your Honor, it's just a clarification.
Did you? As soon as the witness starts talking, then you start talking. Who's talking? Were you talking? Well, go ahead.
So the phone parses the data. It gives you a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean they're walking during that whole time. It just takes a start time and end time and gives you that data.
Sure.
So to say that someone's walking during the whole time would be, unreasonable.
After the 911 call, was Rogan the first person Alex Murdaugh called?
After the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Calls at 10:06:14. That you said Alex called?
Yes, the first person he called after hanging up with 911. Was it Rogan?
I have at 10:17:46, he calls Randy Murdaugh.
And that's his brother, correct?
That is correct.
Who was the second person he called?
He iMessages Randy and then calls Randy Murdaugh again. And then John Marvin.
John Marvin is another brother, correct?
Yep, at 10:19.
And then the third time person he calls is Rogan, is that correct?
At that time, yes.
And is that about 2 minutes and 30 seconds after that first screen on time?
That's correct.
Okay. So not immediate, not the first person.
I think you're referring to that question that was previously during the 911 call. This is all after the 911 call.
Right. The question is, it's about 2.5 minutes after Paul's phone screen comes on that there's a call to Rogan, and it's the third person that Alex Murdaugh calls. Is that correct?
That was at 9:08. Wasn't the screen on?
No, 10:18 and 53 seconds.
That'd be correct.
Okay. So I think we went over that anyone who was looking at could see what was on Paul's screen, would see multiple missed messages, calls from Rogan right on the screen.
I would assume.
Even a call coming in during the 911 call.
I would assume, but.
Okay. So as an investigator, do you think it would be terribly unreasonable that after calling other family members, someone would call the person who is the best friend of the dead son, who had multiple missed messages and calls, and even a call coming in during the 911 call? Is calling that person to ask what happened, what's going on? Is that, to you as an investigator, an unreasonable thing to do after calling other family members?
Messing with his
would-
phone after
As
he's
an investigator, I think that would be
It's off
very
phone
odd,
911.
given the scene and the whole situation that you're on the phone constantly. Yes.
That you're standing there next to your dead son, his phone is ringing for
Yep.
someone, and you call that person after calling other people.
Yes,
That would be
because
unreasonable.
I am standing over my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be, to have someone on their phone constantly like that right after, given the scene and the situation. Yes, as an investigator, I would think that is very.
It wouldn't be someone trying to find out what happened.
At that moment, that'd be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator, looking at the scene, is trying to figure out what happened minutes after I discover it. I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
And speaking of a state of shock, I think you have in the timeline later on, he reads some spam text message about, I think there's a picture of a woman in a bikini.
I wouldn't call it a spam text message. It's from Michael Gunn, who'd be one of his friends.
A group text.
A group text, yeah.
And then he Googles the name of a restaurant in Edisto Beach. Is that correct?
That is what comes up on his phone extraction.
And doesn't he also call a videographer he hadn't spoken to in years?
Can you give me a page number to refer to?
Yes. Page 42, Brian White, last entry.
That's what the data shows.
So he would seem to be in a state of shock. None of that makes any sense, does it? You're not going to Google the name of a restaurant after you find your son murdered.
I'm not Alex Murdaugh. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment. Probably wouldn't be on my phone.
Really, you wouldn't be calling family?
Might be calling family, but I want to be.
The testimony was that Rogan was family.
If you ask a question, if you want him to answer, you have to give him an opportunity to answer. Proceed.
I would not be Googling and doing other things with my phone, no.
You think he was, do you believe he was Googling a restaurant, or do you think he was fat fingering the phone because he was in shock?
I have to go off of the data, and that's what the data shows.
And you believe that calling family and calling someone that the prior testimony was like another son is unreasonable in the circumstances?
I would say so, yes. Given the fact that you just arrived to the scene, yes.
I agree.
And had just arrived back to the scene, had actually been there at that point, 15, 20, 25 minutes, correct?
That's correct. I'd be doing anything I could to help my loved ones.
He doesn't even look like he cares.
This now kind of turning back to Maggie's phone. Her screen was on at 9:06 and 12 seconds, right? That last orientation change.
Let me flip back to it. You said her screen was on?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Yeah, her phone was locked, but her screen, yeah, for the orientation from previous testimony, the screen had to be on for it to log the orientation changes.
So there was some movement of the phone between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds.
That'd be my understanding given previous testimony, correct?
And in this period, 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds, Alex Murdaugh is walking, I think, 283 steps in that time period.
In that timestamp period, correct?
Yeah. But her phone is not. No one's walking with her phone, correct?
The phone is not logging any kind of steps. I don't know if someone's walking with it, but it's not logging steps at that time.
But at that time, Alex Murdaugh's phone is logging steps.
His phone's logging from 9:02:18 to 9:06:47. I believe her last log was in the 8 o'clock, the 8:53 to 8:55.
And at 9:06 and 14 or 15 seconds, Alex Murdaugh calls her phone, correct?
That's correct.
So he calls her phone while walking. We're in a period in which his steps are being recorded by the phone, to be specific.
There's a begin time and an end time. He could have stopped walking a couple seconds, couple minutes into it. It doesn't give us that precise data from these phone distractions.
And that time period that he stops walking is 9:06 and 47 seconds, correct? And the car, the Chevy Suburban starts a second later after that, right?
From the data, correct.
So it's a fair inference that he ends that by walking to the car, getting in and turning it on.
I'm not sure when exactly he got in the car or how long he was sitting in the car before, but this is what the timestamps show, and this is what the vehicle start time shows, and the end time for the steps.
So his phone is stepping, walking, while he calls Maggie's phone, which is moving, but not stepping with him. So while he calls Maggie's phone,
That was weird.
which is moving, but not stepping with him. Is that what the data shows?
That's your inference on the data, but.
Well, I mean, breaking it down, his phone is in a period of steps, correct?
Unknown when there is steps during that period.
His phone is in this time period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone is not in any period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone in this time period where the phone call's
That's all
coming
we're
in,
trying to
96,
do.
12 seconds, 20 seconds, there's some motion because there's an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And he's calling the phone during this period that his phone's in steps, right, at that moment, right?
I cannot say that he's actually in steps at 9:06:12.
Yes, and you said it, but his phone says there's this period that he's walking, and in that period, between the start and end times, he's calling her phone.
That is correct, but you can see during the 911 call too that there's times where someone could be stopped, someone could be walking, so we don't know if he stopped at 9:05:15 and did the orientation changes and he's right at the car. I don't know that.
Do we know, we'll put this, do we have any evidence that her phone and his phone ever moved together? Not speculation, but evidence showing that they're moving together. Same person moving at the same time with both phones.
Moving together, like physically moving or functioning in like.
Yes, that they're both moving. The same person is carrying both phones. They're moving at the same time.
I would argue that between 9:06:12 and 9:20, that the same person has both phones.
Because there's an orientation change and no steps on this phone.
You have
and steps on this
you
phone.
have an orientation change starting while someone's calling, looking at the phone during that time period.
And would it perhaps be reasonable that someone has that phone and an incoming call comes in, his screen says Alex Murdaugh, and it gets tossed out a window? Is that another fair possible explanation?
That could be your explanation.
Why would that explanation be less fair than what you just said, based on the data?
So how you interpret the data.
On the drive to Alameda and back, did Alec take any detours from the expected route?
Not that I could see. The route matched up with his interviews.
And in your timeline, we occasionally see these, I guess, infotainment systems coming on, but nothing else happening. The prior testimony was that even the FBI engineer doesn't know why that is. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. He said it could be, you get close to the vehicle. Sometimes when I don't know if you newer GM vehicles, you get close to it and you can kind of hear a little buzzing noise. It's almost like the system's booting up. That's how he described it to me. Could be the key fob being close. It could be the car unlocking, locking, door opening. Just they don't know what actually caused it, but it's just booting up and running in the background.
When you were looking at the sort of going in and out of park data, did you look at the data for other days than June 7th?
I did not.
So you wouldn't know whether on other days there are periods in which it seems to go in and out of park repeatedly in a short period of time?
I would not.
You wouldn't know if that happened on 6/4, 6/5, or also 6/6?
I would not know. I was focusing on June 7th, 2021.
Would looking at those other days and seeing the same thing happen inform your interpretation of seeing it going in and out of park on 6/7?
I was just looking on the day of the murders.
I mean, if it did that every single day, would it seem unusual to also do it on 6/7?
That'd be a question for Mr. Fakowski, who actually looks at that data as a
Would it?
profession. It would.
He's going to make inferences about behavior based on the data, or is he just going to say what the data is?
You could say what the data is, but I wouldn't know an inference. I don't know someone's driving pattern and how they shift, and how would I know that?
And he would?
But how would I know that?
Well, the question really is, if it happens every day, is there anything unusual about it happening on 6/7?
A period of days is not every day. You'd have to look at I would assume a wide range of days to get.
How many?
I don't know.
If it happened every day for the preceding 3 days, would that be enough?
Every day is a new day. I would not, something could happen different on a different day. I mean, I don't know how you could compare that data. You go different places, you do different things happen during drives. I don't think you could accurately show that.
You showed sort of towards the end some text messages, and one of them seemed to make a reference regarding possible drug use. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was dated May 6th.
Do you have it? Do you have the copy pulled out? Are you referring to the text from Paul?
Yes, I am.
To Alex. Okay. I have May 6, 2021 at 10:52.
And then there was some Google searches by Maggie Murdaugh.
That is correct.
Are you aware of a text from Alec regarding pills to Maggie on May 7?
I would have to see the text.
Show you what's been marked as defense 138, which I believe.
Yep. I am very sorry that I do this all to you. I love you. Yep.
No objection to the exhibit, Your Honor.
I offer what's been marked as defendants 138.
Let's admit it.
Elma. So this was Mr. Murdaugh's response to being confronted about the pills that you previously read.
I can only assume this is from Alex to Maggie. The text message I read was from Paul to Alex.
So his family was aware of his drug issues, correct? I mean, from the texts.
I would assume from the text.
And he was aware that they were aware, correct?
Correct.
And they appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day, from what I saw. So I don't know, unless you have what she sent back, or if we can't ask them. I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages. I beg your pardon. No further questions, Your Honor.
Direct.
May it please the court.
I was going.
you're up.
All right.
The cross-examination was nuts. Like, he's asking him on other people's testimony, and it's like, why didn't you ask these questions to your expert
Short break.
yesterday? So it looks like the prosecution is going to redirect. If you noticed, it seems to me that the defense is doing a great job at trying to confuse people. Every time we have them cross-examine, it's like this whole confusing rigmarole, whereas the prosecution is laying a great
That's for
foundation.
5 minutes.
All right.
I'm not sure. What did I just miss? I'm not sure what I just missed. I almost want to go back to listen to it. Let's go back and listen to it. Right before that.
Correct. I mean, from the text.
I would assume from the text.
And he was aware that they were aware, correct?
Correct.
And they appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day.
Taking a 5-minute break. Okay.
From what I saw. So I don't know, unless you have what she sent back, or if you can't ask them, I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages.
I beg the question, though.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Direct.
May it please the court.
I was guilty.
All right. So 5-minute break. Okay. So yeah, we're caught up to where it's at now. So we got a 5-minute break. Everybody's standing up. So while everybody's standing up, let's just continue listening to our video.
That's for 5 minutes.
All right.
Oh, wow. Make sure I'm caught back up. Okay. I'm not seeing the. Okay, just making sure. Let's keep listening to the testimony from yesterday. And now we've gotten up to where he's named Curtis Eddie Smith as the person that he hired for this plot. They're just now talking about who they purchased narcotics from. And I can't remember where we left off, but I remember it was at a good spot for us to stop. So we'll keep going.
Did you pay anybody else?
No, sir.
So it was just Curtis Smith and Kenny Hughes.
Yes, sir. Sure about that.
And see, Dick Harpoolian is saying, are you sure about that?
Think about it. In the past, I have paid other people.
Okay, who are those other people?
I had a lady that worked at our house that, at our mom's house that.
Hey, Molly, it's nice to see you in here.
Who's that?
Barbara Mixon.
Now, Barbara Mixon, if you guys don't remember, Barbara Mixon was the older lady that was hard of hearing, that worked for Miss Libby, took care of Miss Libby. The one that saw him come over the night before with Maggie for 30 to 40 minutes.
Very few occasions.
And did you pay her a cash and check, or how'd you pay her?
I'm not sure. I mean, that was on
I don't know, Arga.
very limited occasions.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. So the 38 revolver, it was your revolver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you get that from?
It was at my mom's house
When did you pick it up?
when I went up there that day.
Do you know where it is now?
No, sir.
So you gave the gun to Curtis, and you don't know what he did with it?
That's correct.
Has anybody in your family had any communications with Curtis recently?
I don't know why.
Well, because when we interviewed him, he said he had to talk to his attorney first, and he listed you. And then when we said that wasn't possible, he listed Randy. So we're just trying to figure out.
Randy's not going to represent him.
And let me say this to maybe.
Well, I got one more question. Does Randy have any knowledge of this?
Does Randy have any knowledge of what?
Of this attempted suicide / agreement with Curtis?
I have told I told both my brothers and my son very recently.
Yesterday.
When was it yesterday?
Yesterday. After we told him for coming here so that he could tell you, he wanted them to hear from him first.
Okay, so Randy didn't have any knowledge last week previously?
No.
Absolutely not. I lied to him too.
Alex told me yesterday about 4:15, and then I sort of tipped John Marvin off, and then later on I learned that, and I talked to Alex, and he had called Buster, John Marvin, and Randy after I spoke with him at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
And not, we didn't obviously do that. We're trying to.
And before that, I told them the same lies that I told you.
Now, here's an important thing. Since the shooting, have you talked to the shooter?
Yeah.
Okay, tell them about those calls.
I'm not sure. I was in the very beginning of my detox, and I could just see where I tried to call on the phone. And I know I talked to him, but I don't have it.
You called him or he called you?
I called him.
Okay, but you don't remember what he said.
I don't.
Do you remember what you told him?
No, sir.
And this is when you were in the hospital in Savannah?
No, this is when I was in detox here.
Okay, so you've called him since because you went to detox.
Has the investigation revealed, as you testified before, that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, did call Eddie Smith, trying to use staff phones as well while he was at the hospital initially in Savannah?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh was able to contact Mr. Smith while staying at the hospital in Savannah.
When? Monday night?
That's right.
Did you call him on a nurse's phone from the hospital? I heard that from.
But you know what? Randy did say I did that.
But you don't have a memory of that.
Randy said that I called him, and then he was asking me. He did say I did that.
Oh. But you don't remember calling Curtis?
I don't, but I'll tell you from past experience that when withdrawals begin, you will do just about anything to make it quit. And
All right, guys.
probably was
We're gonna have we'll have to hold the rest of that until the next break. They're back in from recess from break.
You now be seated.
You may bring the jury. Thank you. You may proceed.
Special Agent Rudolsky, a couple matters I have up on the screen. This is from your cast slides from the defendant's trip coming back from Alameda. Is that right?
That is correct.
And going to this next slide, and this is the trip, what was the max speed the defendant hit on this trip back from Alameda back to Moselle, approximately?
I believe it was around 70. I'm sorry, the trip back to Moselle, that would have been around 80.
80?
Yep, the previous
And
one was around 70.
Did the data, while he was still at Alameda, did it reflect that the vehicle paused for a period of time in the driveway before continuing?
It did.
And would that pause affect that average speed that you calculated?
It would.
In that time?
It would.
I want to go to page 22 of your condensed timeline.
Okay.
And up at the top, tell the jury what time period the data reflects that Maggie Murdaugh's backlight was off.
It shows from 9:07 p.m. to 9:31:44 p.m.
And during the entirety of that time period, does the data reflect that her phone was also locked?
It does.
Could turn to page 18. Page 19, my apologies.
Okay.
From 8:53 to 8:55, what does the data reflect? Any steps logged on Maggie's phone?
The data reflects Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone shows 59 steps logged.
Can the data tell who was holding that phone during that time period?
It does not, no.
If you could turn to page 39, please. At 10:20:08, what happens, if anything, on Paul's phone?
Paul's iPhone, it shows display on, screen auto lock.
Screen auto lock?
That is correct.
What is your understanding again of auto lock?
My understanding of auto lock, so the phone is already locked, but it's just an automatic feature that when the screen turns on, it just auto locks. It just logs it as auto locks even though it's already locked.
Could that be from not recognizing a face?
Either a face or, pushing the button on the side, but yeah.
What's the next entry on your timeline after that screen on auto lock on Paul's phone at 10:20:08? Very next entry at 10:21:25.
Alex calls Rogan. So at 10:20:08, we have that screen on and auto lock, and at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan Gibson.
In preparing this timeline here today for the jury and for this investigation, what was your specific job with that timeline?
The specific job was just to take all the data that we collected throughout this whole investigation and put it in one concise document.
Synthesize it together in one timeline.
That is correct.
From multiple sources.
From multiple sources.
Provided to you by experts.
That is correct.
Thank you, Special Agent Dawson.
Anything further?
How can we confuse the jury now? Round two.
I think there was some a question was asked about peak speeds to and from Moselle. Did you look to see if he passed anyone on the way there or back?
What do you mean passed anyone? Like a vehicle?
Yes, that his car passed another vehicle on a 2-lane road.
I don't know how I'd be able to tell that with this data.
So you don't know if a very fast peak speed was simply gunning it to pass another car?
I do not. But at that late night hour, I would think that'd be with, the area, not a lot of people out.
I mean, that's just total speculation. You don't know if there's another car out
Just
there or
like
not.
yours is total speculation
Right.
that he passed someone.
You don't
That'd be
know.
correct. Yep, I do not know.
Yeah. You don't know if there were any other cars out there to pass. You don't know if he was passing another car. You just don't know, do you?
I do not, just like with your first question.
And you also don't know why Paul's phone, the screen came on those two times at 10:18 and 10:20, do you?
I do not physically know.
That second time that the phone came on was at that moment, Alec was actually on the phone with John Marvin, correct?
At what time?
The second time that the phone came on, 10:20, and I believe it was 8 seconds.
So at 10:20 and 8 seconds, that's when we have the display on. And at 10:21:25, Alex calls Brogan.
And at 10, when the display comes on, at that very second, Alex Murdaugh was on the phone, his phone, with John Marvin, correct?
If you do the math, I believe so, correct.
And this was also during a period in which, according to his phone, he's walking around, though again, we don't know if he was walking that exact second, but it's during a period of steps.
It's during
correct?
a period, correct.
Walking around on the phone with John Marvin. No further questions, Your Honor.
Let's step down. From the state.
Your Honor, as discussed, we request a very brief recess for housekeeping matters.
All right, the housekeeping matters are noted. Any further witnesses by the state?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
State rests for the housekeeping matters.
The housekeeping matters, and then, yes, at that point, the state would formally rest. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for another break. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow. I think the state has done as good a job as they can possibly do. We're going to hear in just a second. I'm sure once the jury leaves, the mics will come back on. But until then, when they are in the recess, we're going to hear the rest of the audio from yesterday as they're talking about Curtis Eddie Smith, cousin Eddie. Come to find out, not a cousin at all.
So what type of housekeeping matters do you have?
I just wanted to do, as my practice, is just one final exhibit check, make sure that there was nothing missed. It will just take a moment, Your Honor.
While they go through their list, hopefully the sound shuts off. So let's get back to our
motion that we will make. I mean, perhaps we could do it while the jury's out, but then he can formally.
That's why I did it in the manner in which I did it. We'll do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there we go. We're going to get back to the Eddie conversation while Alex Murdaugh was in the hospital, surrounded by his attorneys, Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpulian. So here we go.
Probably.
All right, so you don't know where the gun is at?
No, sir.
But you last saw it in Curtis Smith's possession.
I gave it to him, yes, sir.
All right. So the accounts that you were writing the checks to Curtis were Bank of America and Palmetto State Bank.
Yes, sir.
All right, and the funds, where were those funds coming from?
Well, the making area we don't want to talk about, but just let's say both of them were not legitimately obtained.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be coy. It's just that, Mr. Murdaugh is independently wealthy, so I think, well, I understand that, but, I think it's a pertinent question. So if
he was independently wealthy, but there's a significant amount of money missing from clients to law firm.
Okay. So the money came from ill-gotten gains? Is that what?
Some of it. Most, I would say the majority of it, but some of it, I'm sure I use my own personal funds too.
Okay.
I mean, I was buying so many.
All right, so just let me get this straight. So you entered into did you pay Curtis any money for this?
No, sir.
You didn't pay him anything, so you just asked of a favor and he did it.
Yes, sir. Surely. That's great for him.
And so, and these checks that you were paying to Curtis, I mean, they were pretty significant, right?
Yes, sir.
And when was the last time? I know. I mean, I'm not trying to get you to it. When was the last time you made a payment to Curtis? Was it before the shooting?
It would have been. I mean, not like right before the shooting. Yeah.
As Your Honor knows, after the evidence is closed, if there's a failure of competent evidence tending to prove the charge in the indictment, then the defendant is entitled to a directed verdict. The court should consider only the existence or non-existence of the evidence and not its weight. In this case, Your Honor, the evidence is exclusively circumstantial, and in State v. Dent, the South Carolina Court of Appeals in 2021 explained that the standard to be applied when the state relies upon circumstantial evidence is that all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If their circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. And also another legal doctrine that we would point out is mere presence at the scene of a crime without more is insufficient to constitute guilt. The reason I say that legal doctrine, Your Honor, is at most what the state has proven and offered of proof is that the defendant was at the kennels at 8:44. He misstated that he was there, or he lied about he was being down there, and that raises a level of suspicion, and that they have concocted a cell phone timeline to come up with a time of death without any actual evidence of time of death. And there is no direct and frankly circumstantial evidence presented that the defendant shot and killed his wife Maggie or son Paul. As the evidence established, the murderer would have had blood and biological material on him or her. The murderer would have had blood on his or her clothing. The murderer would have murder weapons. The murderer or murderers would have evidence of disposing of murder weapons on property or vehicle. And there's no evidence that Alex Murdaugh had any of this. He had no blood from the brutal murder of his son Paul. He had no DNA from Paul on his clothing in an area where you would expect to find it if he had shot his son, which he did not. There's no GSR on his clothing or clothes that is inconsistent with Alec holding a shotgun for protection. The state has proven at most that he was at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. The state does not have proof of time of death. The state does only have proof of when the last time Paul and Maggie used their phones. Most importantly, and as I mentioned earlier, the law is clear. Mere presence at the scene of a crime is insufficient to establish guilt. Although, to be equally clear, Alex Murdaugh was not at the scene of the crime at the time his wife and son were murdered, and there's no evidence that he was. And for that reason, we move for a directed verdict.
Yes, sir. By the state.
Your Honor, looking at the evidence that's been presented by the state, first of all, without detailing every bit of evidence, there's been ample evidence of motive evidence presented in this particular case. The years of embezzlement and theft and the exposure, very significant exposure that the defendant was facing. as June the 7th approached, would include the loss of a job, the loss of a career, the loss of his bar license, the loss of years of wealth, the potential to lose everything, in his own words. You've heard evidence about a confrontation June 7th on those matters that very day, as well as the boat hearing that was upcoming, and the effects that would have. Also heard extensive evidence of the defendant's financial condition on that day as it moved forward. Also evidence, Your Honor, of his ongoing narcotics addiction and how those particular things were relevant to what was going on as it related to the victims. There's been evidence, and again, as Your Honor is aware, the evidence must be taken in the light most favorable to the state, that family weapons were used to murder Maggie and Paul. You've heard evidence from the defendant's own mouth about a missing shotgun, and of course we have extensive evidence about the missing blackout, that being the replacement gun. Of course, you've heard evidence that the defendant claimed that was missing at Christmas time, but there was evidence from Will Loving that gun was present and being used, including at the side of the house as late as turkey season, just a couple months prior to the murders. And that from the firearms expert, that the cases found around Maggie's body were cycled through the same weapon. The murder weapon cycled the same cases as weather cases that were found at the side of the house, consistent with what Will Loving testified, as well as at the shooting range across the street. You've additionally heard that the same exact brand and weight of ammo that was used to kill Maggie was found throughout the property, as well as the same buckshot and birdshot ammo as well. There's been evidence presented by the state as to the defendant's trip to Alameda and his interaction with Shelley Smith after the murders, as well as the bringing the raincoat in. Additionally, that he left and moved his dad's truck in the four-wheeler, and that the raincoat contained high levels of GSR. There's been evidence presented in this particular case inconsistent with the defendant's statements to law enforcement, multiple changes of clothes that particular day, as well as evidence from Blanca that the clothes that he was wearing in the Snapchat video were never seen again, as well as the fact that the earlier clothes that he was wearing were not seen either. You have evidence that the defendant claimed that he was unaware that Maggie was coming to Moselle, and he did not ask for that, but you've heard evidence from multiple sources, including a text message that he specifically asked the victim to be present on that day. Your Honor, he was found in possession of a shotgun that cannot be excluded as a murder weapon that also had Maggie's blood on it.
Wow.
And then, of course, Your Honor, we have extensive phone and other digital evidence, and I don't need to reiterate the last witness, but that's been presented from multiple witnesses and multiple sources of a timeline. The defendant, of course, claimed that he was never at the scene, and the evidence shows, pursuant to the state's theory and reasonable inferences therefrom, that he was at the scene, contrary to what he told everyone who would listen. Just minutes, he's at the scene with the two victims, just minutes before, under the state's theory and a reasonable inference from the evidence, the victims were killed. Additionally, his conduct in the timeline after that, there's a number of reasonable inferences about that are consistent with the defendant's guilt. And
I don't think
to summarize a month's worth of evidence, that is the summary. Happy to address the timeline more, but I know that Your Honor just heard it in great detail.
There's a motion for directed verdict that's made at the end of the state's case. The court is concerned with whether there is any evidence, either direct or circumstantial, which reasonably tends to prove the guilt of the accused, or from which the guilt of the accused may be fairly and logically deduced. In this case, we have had, is it day 20 now? I guess 18 days of direct and circumstantial evidence. And the law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence, nor is a greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. Cases can be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of the two. At this stage of the proceedings, there's evidence to support a guilty verdict if it is believed by the jury. I therefore deny the motion for a direct.
Boom, baby.
Ready
How
to
does
roll
that
with the
taste,
defense?
buddy? How does that taste?
Rock and roll, Your Honor.
Rock and roll. All right, well, let's take a 30-second stretch and bring the jury out and press on.
All right, guys, I got to change some banners around because we're going to be, it's now, the ball is now in the defense's court. Sorry, guys, I'm back here just, okay, so that. Oops.
And let's see, you can bring the jury. You may bring the jury. There you go. Be seated, please.
All right, guys. The defense has a total of 33 people.
Very good. Madam Forelady, how's the jury doing? Doing good. Very good. You have heard the state's case. It is now the defense's turn. And you may call your first witness.
All right. Coroner Richard Harvey, please. Yeah. I'm sorry. You know what you look for? Okay, good.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
You would, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell the last part.
Okay.
Before we begin testimony, I think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally rest.
May it please the court, Your Honor. In the matter of the indictments of the defendant Alex Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
The state is rested, and now it's the defense's turn.
State your full name for the record, please.
My name is Richard Harvey.
And Mr. Harvey, you are an elected official here in Colleton County?
Yes, sir. I am the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours of admission to the hospital, any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well. And primarily our responsibility is to do an investigation as to the cause of their death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility, is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
So, you don't have a medical degree, though?
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you been coroner?
This is my 30th year.
30th year. So let me talk a little bit about in general. Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here. you have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening. And anytime there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And he was on call. And basically he told me he also has another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He says, I've got to work tomorrow morning. And he says, I hate to dump this on you, but he says, but this is going to be yours.
So you took, well, first, let me back up for just a second. Did you respond? And if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to lead you and say in Moselle.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene. Let me back up there. I arrived on the scene at 23:04. I was actually notified about 22:30 by my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be 10:30?
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30. You got on the scene at
11:04.
And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Did you process this scene? Did you have somebody did you take photographs or something?
Yes, sir, I did.
So the photographs in your file
Yes,
are
sir.
your photographs?
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SWED at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SWED had finished processing. Are those your folks or SWED or who, do you know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions to, how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern that we follow the same path in and the same path out. Therefore, we don't cross over into any possible assailants.
Okay. And again, you're preserving evidence. It's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right? And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. I think you gave them to SWED also, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you perform a function also. I've looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through when you begin to examine the body to determine a time of death. Tell me how you do that.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from, it depends. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both bodies. And I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check for is what they call rigor. And rigor is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process. And as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew SLED was coming.
So with rigor or rigor, I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it rigor.
I call it rigor, but so if you'll allow me to say rigor.
That's fine.
I've never said rigor. Was there rigor or rigor?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks had been dead less than a couple hours?
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that Riger should start developing.
Okay, and in terms of trying to estimate or get it a little bit closer than 1 to 3 hours, you took your hand, show me what you did, and you did it both for Paul and Maggie?
Yes.
How about, would you see it? See it? Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
And it's called rigor mortis, so it would be rigor instead of Riger.
And they were laying on the ground, both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you move them?
No.
Okay, so.
They were covered with a sheet initially when I got.
Right, so let's have you stand over
Okay.
here so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think now which way Paul was laying.
I'm not worried about
Right,
whether it was left or
okay.
right.
Basically what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And that's one of the central areas of your body without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer. And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize the rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit, and like I say, I can get an idea, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie?
I did the same thing to Maggie.
And you concluded on your death certificate 9 o'clock.
It's strictly an estimation.
That's a guess.
It's a guess.
Okay, could have been 8:30.
Could have been 8:30.
Could have been 10 o'clock.
There were no witnesses there to tell me exactly what time this happened.
Do you carry a rectal thermometer to do specific measurements?
Well, usually what I'll do is I'll get it from fire rescue, the ambulance, and I'll borrow theirs. And yes, I do rectal temps.
But you didn't do it on that.
But we didn't do it that night, no.
And that's the reason the death certificate says 9 o'clock.
Right. That was an estimation from what I found as far as the warmth of the body.
Okay. Thank you, court's indulgence.
I have to say, even if he's off a little bit, it seems like the 9 o'clock time is.
We understand each other. Your statement of 9 o'clock, it could have been 8 o'clock.
It could have been 8 o'clock.
Their death could have been the result of being shot at 8 o'clock.
I basically looked at 2.5 hours from the time that the call came in to the time I actually got there.
So they could have been shot at 10 o'clock.
Could have been.
Or any time in between.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
By the state.
Mr. Harvey, you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the
Correct.
area.
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think of ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered, By a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which they
would,
were at that time when I initially got.
that could maintain something?
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could
Mhm.
affect it?
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had
drop.
rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their,
hard.
both of their hairs were, heads of hair were dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Correct.
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walk around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Yes, sir.
2 questions.
Sure.
Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I did, I do have probably the times for that. I did not see Sled on here, though.
Let me perhaps ask another question.
Okay.
Was Carleton County already there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there Carleton County detectives there?
Yes, sir. They're,
Okay. Did any of them talk to you about time of death?
no,
Did any of them ask you what your examination revealed?
no,
Did any of them ask you how you came to your decision of the time of death?
no, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Yes, sir.
Shailene Tyndall to the stand, please.
Come forward. Yes, sir.
Raise your hand. Step down. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? If you would, please be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell your last name. Try speaking that mic so they can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm Shalane Tyndall, SHALANETINDAL.
Talked on the phone a couple times,
Yes, sir.
but we've never met, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. I appreciate you being willing to come here on such short notice today. I know you've got other things to do. So, where do you work?
I work for the Gallatin Sheriff's Office as public information part-time, and then for my full-time position, I work for the nonprofit blood organization, The Blood Connection, as the divisional, logistics coordinator and calendar specialist.
Okay. My glasses, I'm sorry. So, back on June 7th and 8th of 2021, what was your job? What was your job back then with the
I was solely the public information officer at the sheriff's office at that time.
Carleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to show you a document and see if you can identify this. I think the easiest way to do that is, hold on one second, I'm sorry. Apologize, Your Honor, I've just gotten my 2 documents jumbled. Here we go. you seen this document before?
I'm aware of the Post and Courier publishing things of this nature, yes, but not strictly this document in
Okay, if you
question.
go to the second page. Now, does this, if you look halfway down the page, does that, there is a quote in here from you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it accurate?
This quote was actually coordinated between SLED and us at the time. We received multiple inquiries from the media, and per the sheriff's standard protocol, anytime SLED is in charge of a case or investigation, it's standard procedure to reach out to them and coordinate something with them.
Okay, so the quote from you, this is on the morning, this is the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th. And the quote contained by you in here, we'll get how that was put together, but is it accurate?
The quote wasn't by me, it was a joint information from SLED and the sheriff's office.
Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions. So, but you were part of the release of this statement.
Yes, it was a joint.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence.
Could I look at it?
No, I have no objection. We have no objection to the quote, but the article, I hadn't read the article. We just object to the rest of the article, and I think he's agreed with that.
I just want these two paragraphs.
No objection.
No objection to what?
To her quote that she gave and not the rest of the article. We're in agreement on that, if Your Honor is.
Is that what you're offering?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have her publish 2 paragraphs from this story. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, Your Honor, this is a story in the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th, which would be the morning after the murders. So what I'd ask you to do is, it's in quotes, would you read this paragraph and this paragraph, publish it to the jury? This paragraph at this time, and then the paragraph right after that, okay? Take it. And would you slow down just a little bit for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, there is no danger to the public. The sheriff's office said, if information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public. Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions regarding the incident to SLED and the Colleton County Coroner's Office. A request for 911 audio recordings was denied due to the ongoing investigation.
What? I'm sorry, she went further than I asked. That's okay. All right, now, so that statement was the public has nothing to worry about, right?
That's what it states, yes, sir.
Okay, now, let me ask you the process for this something like this getting released. You said SLED was involved?
Can you clarify exactly what you're asking?
Okay, so this statement, at this time, there's no danger to the public, the sheriff's office said. You would be the spokesperson for the sheriff's office.
Correct, but this was a joint statement released in coordination with SLED's PIO and us while we were waiting on an updated information to do an actual letterhead release.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is on that, who did you release? Were you the one making this release, or was SLED making? I mean, when I say, I'm talking about physically. How did the Post and Courier get this quote?
SLED and I, PIO at the time, coordinated multiple times through numerous phone calls. There's also emails. This was discussed over the phone due to them being the active agency on the case. But it did come from my email, but it was coordinated with SLED's PIO at the time.
Okay, so SLED signed off on this statement.
from what I understand from speaking with their PIO at the time.
I mean, you consulted with now PIO stands for?
Public Information Officer.
Okay. So the Sheriff's Department has a public information officer, you.
Yes, sir.
SLED has a public information officer named?
At the time, I believe it was Tommy Crosby.
Tommy Crosby. Y'all talked and emailed
On numerous occasions from the time of the incident on further.
and decided this was the statement that should be made.
When I coordinated with SLED's PIO, this is what was mentioned and this is what we had published.
Okay. And what you're saying is there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we'll immediately notify the public. Was there a subsequent release given?
After this statement that we put out,
Right.
yes, there was a joint letterhead release. The initial, what the Post and Courier published was an actual statement. Later on, we actually published a release while we're waiting on additional information.
And that subsequent statement didn't indicate there was any danger to the public. It didn't change this position, did it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did SLED and the Sheriff's Department change its position and put out a statement saying, whoa, now there's something to worry about? Or did they just not mention this again?
When we did the updated release, that same information was also in the body that was sent over to SLED for their approval. Tommy Crosby had taken a moment to look at the release and later, I guess, decided that we took that out of the release and that it was what was published, excuse me.
So, but they never came back and said, there's something to worry about. They just took this language out.
Yes,
Okay. And SLED signed off on that.
we worked on this together, yes.
Okay, but it wouldn't have gone out if SLED hadn't said,
Yes, sir.
let it out, correct? I mean, you get information and then you shape it into a release here or subsequently that is digestible. Maybe that's the best way to put it. You're the wordsmith. You're the one that tries to make it make sense.
Yes, sir. Public information, we're not privy to investigations. We just receive details. And then we take those and turn them into paragraphs so the paper and in the media can print for layman's terms to be better understood by the public.
And I want to make sure I understand this. Any subsequent release never changed. Actually, I think you said the subsequent release said the same thing. At this time, there's no danger to the public. That didn't change, correct?
In the updated release that was sent out on letterhead, yes, that was removed.
That was removed.
Yes, sir.
But did they say there is a danger to the public? They never said that, did they?
No, sir.
Take the court's indulgence for just a moment. One other question. In this story, your last name is Lowe.
Yes, sir. I got married since then. I guess somebody decided to like me.
Congratulations for this petition.
Well, thank you.
Please answer any questions.
I missed the last question. Did you get married?
Yeah, you sure trying to court me? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm happily married. I am not.
I'm just kidding.
I just couldn't hear. What was the date of the second release that Mr. Harpoon? I honestly don't know.
Am I talking into you?
Yes, ma'am.
The date of the second is the
Can't hear
same
Mr. Rivers.
date.
I apologize, Your Honor.
The date of the second.
The initial letterhead release was released on the same date a few hours after the initial statement.
So the one he was asking about second was the same exact statement, word for word, that was released earlier.
No, the second, what we initially put out at around, I think before 10 o'clock in the morning, we had received inquiries from Fitz News, News 4, and I believe the Post and Courier. So the initial statement that I coordinated with SLED was what he was referring to. Afterwards, an updated letterhead release, as additional information became available to us, was coordinated with SLED that redacted that information.
And I'm just going to show you, for this, is this the document you're talking about here? And it's dated June 21st. Is that what you're talking about or not?
No, that is not.
Congratulations on your marriage. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Anything further?
Did you think that Mr. Meadows was proposing to you a moment ago?
I don't know. I'm just picking.
No further questions. Thank you.
You may step down. Any additional witnesses today?
Your Honor, as we've discussed, the next witness would be extraordinarily lengthy. It's 4:30. I apologize to the jury and the court for not having somebody intermediate, but we just couldn't find anybody, not knowing when the state was going to rest.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the weekend. As you know, Monday is a holiday. We will not be here on Monday. We'll be back 9:30 Tuesday morning. I know it's a long holiday, but still do not discuss the case with anyone. And hope have a safe and happy holiday and a good weekend. And we'll see you all on Tuesday morning at 9:30.
We're going to wait just a little bit. We're going to wait just a little bit for the jury to leave, just to make sure that the defense or prosecution doesn't have any, matters that they need to address with the judge before this goes away permanently. Usually a few minutes, they'll end, they start. Then we'll listen to the rest of the video, or audio rather, of the testimony of Alec in the hospital with the agents.
Today. Okay, we'll see everyone next week.
All right.
So it sounds like we are officially done for the weekend. President's Day is on Monday. Every government office does observe President's Day. So we will not be back into court until Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. Not a whole lot coming out of, so far, but as we know, even the prosecution, they had to get a lot of stuff admitted into the case. It looks like they're going to try to put some doubt in the jury's mind. It sounds like they're leaning toward the time of death. But either way, I mean, this is what I don't understand. Either way they look at it, whether they died at 9 or died at 10, he was there at both times. So it's nobody else was there. A freaking donkey didn't go up and shoot him. So and the ballistics is different on shotguns as opposed to barreled rifles and pistols. So without that 300 black, whatever, 300 rifle, AK rifle, that takes 223 or 556 shot shells is missing. And so the defense's statement is that particular gun disappeared around Christmas time. However, people had seen it well after the Christmas time mark. So it just goes again to deception. So it just seems like so far the only reason why they brought the coroner up is just to try to fluff the time a little bit. And then the SLED agent, they're going to say that, from the beginning, I think they're going down the rabbit hole of from the beginning, they've only looked at Alex as opposed to anybody else, because their statement out the gate basically said that there is no, but that's kind of standard operating procedure for law enforcement. Let's be honest. How many times have we heard statements coming out that there's no threat to the general public? Those are self-serving in some respect, because they don't want the public worried or up in arms or, scared or terrified and calling them and, all this other stuff that goes along with terrified citizens. So it's kind of like a standard operating procedure that we always hear in these types of cases, especially ones that appear to be targeted in nature. It didn't necessarily mean that he was the one that was that targeted them. It could have been a number of people. He did allege at the beginning that Paul had a lot of problems with the boat accident, right? A lot of negative things that came along with that boat accident. Some of the first things he was saying to any agent was boat, 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 boat. So it's still, in all intents and purposes, appeared to be targeted as opposed to a crime of opportunity. Some lone person. It just doesn't. I could kind of see. I think I kind of see what angle they're going, but again, I don't want to put words in their mouth, and of course, I don't want to be wrong because every single cockroach on YouTube would be screaming, right? But let Ashley Banfield have secret sources and not show receipts. She gets pass after pass after pass. So let's finish this up.
Did you remember how much you paid him?
No, sir. I think the last few times I paid him were all in check, and I was trying to, see him as little as possible.
All right, now let me ask you this. Do you owe money to any drug dealers?
No, sir.
So there's not a threat out there that we need to worry about for Buster?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, so the money that you were paying to Curtis to get money from his dealer or his supplier, you were paid in full in those payments. So there's no outstanding debt that we need to worry about.
No, sir. Hey, Ryan, that's assuming that Curtis passed all the money along.
Well, no, I understand. And so to the best of your knowledge, you don't owe anybody.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the money that you paid him, you don't remember how much you paid him, but it was for pills, and you're saying that you didn't pay him at all for him to shoot you.
Correct.
Now, I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Me either.
And I know that, whether you did or you didn't, it really doesn't have that much of a difference. So I'm not gonna, but I appreciate you're being forthcoming and you're making every attempt to be honest at this point. But so, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So you did not make any financial payment to Curtis to have him shoot you.
No, I did not.
Okay, but you entered into a verbal agreement with him to set up a scheme where he would shoot you. It would be a suicide set up as a robbery homicide. And you doing so was in order for your son to get your life insurance policy.
I don't know about a robbery, but everything else is kind of
So let me say this to you. He's had this policy for 10 years. Suicide.
I've had a policy.
No, I understand that policies. I mean, what is the policy with? Where's it at?
I don't know where the actual policy is.
Okay. Did you intend to have that paperwork in the Mercedes, like the will and all that information? Was that left in there intentionally?
Well, I've been down to meet with some lawyers about some things, and it was in there from that day before. I can't call her name now. My Buster's girlfriend's employers, Kathy Olivetti.
Yeah. You meet with them about why did you have rules?
Just getting things cleaned up.
still entered into an agreement basically to have him kill you, so your son would then reap the insurance benefits. And yeah. Okay.
Okay, you in? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. So how did you get the knife? Was it your knife?
Bye, Sean.
Yeah, I think that Eddie gave it to me. Curtis Eddie Smith gave it to me.
Okay. And then how did you make the tire flat?
I just stuck it.
So you punctured the tire with the knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Eddie gave you the knife. You took the knife and punctured the tire.
Correct.
And then what did you do with the knife?
Threw it.
Threw it where?
I believe across the road, but I'm not absolutely positive.
Okay, you threw it. You disposed of it in the area of where the Mercedes was parked?
I think I threw it across the road from where it was parked.
Okay. Do you know if they disposed of the gun out there?
I do not know.
Okay. Was that gun registered to anybody?
Probably.
Probably to who?
Should have been. I believe that I purchased it, so I believe it would be registered to me.
Do you remember when you purchased it?
No, sir.
And don't we have testimony that he grabbed a pistol from his daddy's house when he was there? Just saying. Probably because he got rid of his.
I got no idea.
I know, Diesel. That is pretty stupid.
Sir?
You have Curtis Eddie's phone number.
If y'all have them, we'd love to get them.
Yeah. It will be my key.
Yeah, cell number 843-908-1534.
Wait. I don't know what number it was, but I don't know.
Phone number 843-538-469.
Probably got some.
Alex, did you ever have any dealings with anybody else besides Eddie? Any of his friends, family, girlfriend?
I mean, I knew who his girlfriend was, but I never had any dealings with her about Phil.
Who's his girlfriend?
A lady named Donna Easton. I don't know her very well, but I've just helped her with a couple of little legal issues over the years.
Okay.
But she never was involved in the exchange of bills or money.
Okay. Is there a property up in Hugie?
A property where?
In Hugie, up 41. Do you guys own any property up there?
Yes, sir. And out of Charleston?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
There's a piece of property that I own with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it, and he did some work up there digging some ditches.
Right? When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
And that property, where's it at in Hugie?
It's off of United Road, United Drive.
Okay.
I think it's called Red Beard and Zero United Drive.
Hey, well, we're gonna have to jump here just a minute. Down here just a minute.
All right. Alex, is there anything else that we're missing that we're not asking you?
Like, in regards to what? Not that I can think of, but like, what are you thinking?
I was kind of leaving that open-ended. Like I said, I'm not trying to get, I'm not involved in the other aspects of whatever other investigations. We're keeping those separate. So you communicated with Curtis. You you would communicate with him over cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many phones do you have, Alex?
I had one phone. 1227 was my primary phone. And then,
I have to download that phone, Ryan. You know, when SLED started focusing on Alex that he's a target, we started doing our own work.
Yes,
So I took that, sent it to a guy to download, and he had to get a separate phone. And that was that other number. And then y'all see both of those. That's my understanding.
All right. And then he's got a third phone that he got prior to going to the treatment center.
Yeah, from Walmart, Murdaugh phone.
Okay. What is his extended? What's your expected length of treatment there in Alpharetta?
Well, it's unclear right now, but it'll go from a period of rehab at some point. We'll keep you posted.
Okay. So anytime obviously this is, so you've identified Curtis Smith as the individual who shot you. And y'all entered into an agreement, so y'all kind of were hand in hand in this.
very much so.
And he never tried to talk you out of it?
I don't know. No, sir. I don't think he did.
Okay. Did anybody know about this plan besides you and Curtis?
No.
Okay. All right.
If you're all about done, we put this on the record. Now, if you tell us the truth, I just want to make sure Ryan understands. Getting the weed in on a very.
No, I did not tell anybody the truth until, was it yesterday? Until yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
I've been really, really sick, and it's really the first day where I had any coherent thought process. And I sincerely apologize again for lying to y'all about everything that I did.
Yes, sir. And you have no idea where the gun is?
I do not.
Alex, you're right-handed, right?
I'm right-handed.
Okay. You did not shoot yourself, correct?
I did not shoot myself.
Did you? And what was the plan for Curtis to follow you out there, and you would immobilize your vehicle?
Yes, Uncle Mike. We're
So
listening
did he
to some
stop
audio.
to make it fly, for you to give you the knife first? I mean, how did that play? Because, you got the knife from...
Just for those that are just tuning in, like Uncle Mike. So what we're doing is I'm trying to listen for specific. I missed the statements from yesterday with his bedside confession about the suicide plot, the foiled suicide plot. And so we're listening to it because my mom called, and apparently she said she could have sworn she heard the agents ask him, "Are you sure Curtis Eddie Smith had nothing to do with Alec and Maggie's death?" And he said, nothing to do with it. And so I'm trying to find out if that's what he said. Again, that just came from, it's possible it was misunderstood. So we're just listening to it just to be on the safe side to see if we might have missed anything. So that's what I'm doing right now. So that's what you're listening to. It's testimony from yesterday.
Curtis, when did you get the knife from? When did you get the knife from?
I think I got it from him when I gave him the gun.
Okay, over when you were at the Sunoco?
No, we didn't do it then. That's when.
Okay, when you pulled off the side of the road and something at you?
Shortly after we made the turn
No problem.
onto Salcahachie, we stopped and did a quick exchange.
Okay. So you stopped, pulled over the side of the road, stuck the tire. Where was Curtis at when you were disabling the tire?
I believe he was going past me.
Okay. So he turned around, and where were you at when he turned around?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would have been on the side of the road, I think.
Okay. So did you pull up, kind of like what you said, just past your car?
That's basically the way I told you it happened is kind of how it happened, except it was arranged by me.
Okay. So as you turned around and turned your back to him, about how far do you think you were from the car?
I don't know, 4 or 5 feet.
Okay, 4 or 5 feet. And did you just stand there and wait for him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did he just? I'm assuming he just fired once.
Yes, sir.
And then you fell to the ground, or stumbled off.
I'm still not positive about that part, but I did lose my vision for about a minute and a half to 2 minutes.
Okay. And why weren't you truthful with us when this initially happened?
I don't have a good reason. I was in bad place.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Well, I know our time's cut short, but
Brian, I'll call you from the car once we get out of here and
okay.
in just a couple minutes, and then I'll call you while we're driving back to the airport.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen. So we'll finish this. We are finishing the reporting with Richard Alex Murdaugh, his attorneys Dick Harpoolian and Jim Griffin, and Special Agent Brian Kelly, Special Agent Joe Bayalde. It is now 4:58 on Monday, September 13th. Thank you all, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Special Agent Kelly, is that a complete conversation that you had with Alex Murdaugh on September 13th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Prior to that conversation, over the course of the 911 call, the ambulance, and multiple interviews at the hospital, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention or identify Curtis Edward Smith at all until his lies about the side of the road were exposed?
No.
Did Alex Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alex Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders of Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
And
Denied it when he
evidence
asked.
that Curtis Edwards?
Listen, that's what my mom was talking about right there. Let me just back up just a little bit. 6:43.
His lies
Let's
about
listen.
the side of the road were exposed?
No.
Did Alex Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alex Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders of Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
Denied it when he
Is
asked.
there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Nothing.
So when Alec was asked if Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders at Moselle, Alec denied it. How would Alec know that Curtis Eddie Smith had nothing to do with the murders out there at Moselle? How would he know? And that's the testimony of the agent under oath. So there's only one reason I can think that Alec would know whether Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with that homicide or not, and that's if he knew who did. That's the only thing I can come up to. Anyways, guys, it's been a long day. We've had our coffee club this morning, 2 hours. We're rolling up on 8 hours here. You guys have been with me for almost 10 hours today. God bless each and every one of you that have been around. We learned a lot. That timeline, that agent, I already removed his name, Dad Burnett, was really good. And the evidence, I wanted to get back to some of the mistakes I said earlier. So one of the people in here was talking about when did he have time to clean? When did he have time to get showered and changed and everything like that? We have to remember, first of all, it appears he left the house to head to Alameda at 9:07. It is believed that he killed both Maggie and Paul at 8:49 at night, because at 8:49, somewhere in the seconds, 8:49 and some change, both of their phones just stopped being used. Both of them, 8:49. Both phones stopped being used at 8:49, period. Both of them. Very convenient. So from 8:49, let's say 8:50, we have to remember the hose was unwound. There was water in places that the water should have already been dried from. So what is stopping him from cleaning himself off right there at the kennels? Stripping butt naked. He's out there in the middle of nowhere. Getting in his car after cleaning off. Running in the house. Taking a quick shower to rinse the rest of him off. Putting on quick clothes. I think he could do that in 5 or 6 minutes. 7, well, actually longer than that. If you take 49, so 7, so you got about 17 minutes to do all that. Even though I said it was from 9:22, it was actually 9:07. But if you take into account that it appears that the murders happened at 8:49, he still had 18 minutes, 9:49, so 50 to, so yeah, 50 being 1 minute, somewhere around there. Let's just say for the sake of argument, 17 minutes. He would have had 17 minutes to rinse off, bag up any evidence, and start making his way to Alameda. That is more than enough time, in my opinion, to clean himself off and change clothes and head out the door to Alameda. Again, 16 minutes to get to Alameda, about 18 minutes on the way home. However, the strange thing is his rate of speed was much higher heading home than going to, yet it took him a few extra minutes to get home, even with an accelerated higher rate of speed. So it sounds like he did have an opportunity to at least dispose of some things. We know that he drove right past, it slightly slowed down right at the place where Maggie's phone was found, and lightly sped up at that same spot. So he slows down slightly and speeds up slightly right at that moment where they found the phone, and they were able to get that from his OnStar data that showed his exact coordinates in his Suburban. We've learned a lot. We learned that Big Brother is watching us all the time today. If it's not our cars, it's our phone. I mean, our phones are doing stuff that we have no idea. It's telling us when the phone's light comes on, when it's changed from portrait or landscape to portrait, when it's not identifying somebody's face on the face recognition software. Lots of stuff. So that last witness, I think, kind of was the smoking gun. I really do think he was the smoking gun. He took all of those people that they got all that the information into evidence, and the last witness took all that information and compiled a very specific timeline, and it's leaving very little gap for anybody else to have committed this crime. And I think that is shown by his lying to law enforcement, him not realizing Paul had that infamous photo upload at 8:47, show literally 2 minutes before he was gunned down. They had a weird angle for the final blow to Paul, and I believe that is when he started coming toward him. He got shot. It was a non-lethal shot. He was dripping blood, and he turned. And the angle of the gun was 135 degrees, which is in line with a 45-degree angle, okay? And it appeared where the height of the buck of that gun was versus the barrel, it appears to me that whoever sent that final blow, the fatal blow to Paul, kneeling down at the time. And I was very surprised that they did not put that in perspective for the jury. I thought that was a missed opportunity yesterday. So that's really all the stuff I have today. Some people saying that, you know, the defense isn't starting off with a lot of pow. They're not going to. If you guys remember, I know it seems so long ago, you know, 20 days ago. Actually, 18 days ago was when we physically had testimony, started having direct and indirect evidence being proffered. And that, if you remember, they were just trying to get the evidence they were just trying to authenticate evidence. And I have a feeling that that's going to be similar to what is going to be proffered from the defense. Defense has to bring some strong witnesses to really debunk the evidence of the state. If they cannot do that, Alec is going to be found guilty of this crime. The damage that those late OnStar records provided, you know, that they didn't have those when the trial started. They were provided to them by GM after the trial started. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it last week? It was like last Friday or something, because they were talking about taking a few days to digest it. But I could be wrong about the date. You know, this stuff is running together this many days in. So at the end of the day, it did give the prosecution and the defense time to look at the reports, digest the reports. They knew that this was coming forward. And it was based upon testimony from one of the experts that GM said they had no data from the Suburban. And I guarantee somebody from GM must have been watching this and said, there's no way, there's nothing. And that was a subpoena. They had to turn that stuff over. By GM failing to turn that stuff over, they could have put themselves in major legal jeopardy because it was subpoenaed records. So those did come to them after court, and damn, what an explosive revelation when those were put in bite-sized pieces for people to understand. It really leaves no room to wiggle for Alec. He had all his lies were just realized this afternoon, from what time he left the house to how long he stayed at Alameda, to the fact that he passed right past where Maggie's phone laid, where he slowed down slightly, like 2 miles. He was going, you know, accelerating, but at 43 miles an hour, right at the spot. And then right past that spot, he starts accelerating to 45 and 46 miles an hour after that. So there is plenty of time here still in this timeline for him to have cleaned up prior to going to Alameda. But those are my comments. Those are my thoughts. That's my theory, my speculation based upon the evidence that we heard, at least today. You guys make up your own theories, your own speculations that make sense to you. Those are mine. I thought today really sealed the fate for Alex Murdaugh. We know that the defense can only confuse the jury, or at least attempt to confuse the jury. And thank God for recross, because the prosecution was able to go up and clear up everything for the jury after they tried to confuse the heck out of them. I expect a lot of the same thing from the prosecution as the defense starts bringing in their witnesses. This is trial strategy. So I anticipate some type of trial strategy on the prosecuting side to cause confusion with some of the defense witnesses. kind of what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So anyways, guys, I know we've been here for a really long time. God bless each and every one of you guys. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe. God bless.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.